It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Blake Snell signs with the Giants for a 2-year, $62 million contract. Shohei Ohtani. He fires his friggin' whatever. His guy. I don't know what he's doing. OG Anunoby re-injures his elbow. No timetable for return. And LeBron James says that Steph Curry and Allen Iverson are the most influential players of this generation. And much, much more on the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying a player $300 million. You better be sure that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Jackson tried to the right. No, he didn't. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. My name is Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and Yes, Sean Smith, who obviously has problems with his internet. But all you have to do to check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And you can call us at 631-672-3108. As always, Speedy, what's up?
Well, I'm not Speedy Petey tonight. I am the Mountain West Jinx tonight, as I messaged Reno Johnny, our resident bettor and Nevada Wolfpack fan, when they were up by 15 to hopefully they could expose Arizona. And what do? They fall apart. So tonight I am the Mountain West Jinx.
So it's going to be a very interesting show. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, you must tune in at the end of the show, because you know what we're going to be doing at the end of the show. Well, you know what I'm going to be doing at the end of the show. I am going to be putting icy hot on my genitals. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to break a Guinness Book of World Record. It's not a Guinness. It's a Guinness Book of World Record. And I am going to have the opportunity to break a record as I predict. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I predict to put icy hot on my genitals for more than 10 minutes. So stay tuned at the end of the show as, yes, yours truly will be enjoying, well, hopefully not enjoying, icy hot on his genitals. But we have a great show lined up for you guys at 8 o'clock. We will be talking to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods. He will be joining us at 8 o'clock. At 9:30, we'll be talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end, our friend Jeremy Mincey. Oh, my God. It's going to be a star-studding show, ladies and gentlemen. Blake Snell signs with it wasn't the New York Giants. It's the San Francisco Giants for 2 years, $62 million. Shohei Ohtani, interpreter, fired because of a suspicious wire transfer of $4.5 million in his bank account. OG Anunoby re-injures his elbow. No timetable for return. LeBron James says that Steph Curry and Allen Iverson are the most influential players of this generation. Draymond Green says that Kyrie Irving is the most skilled player in NBA history. Marvin Harrison Jr. skips pro day, leading many draft insiders to think that the teams are leaning towards Malik Nabers as the number one receiver in this year's draft. Devin McCourty says he was duped, by the Patriots Dynasty documentary, saying he was too negative. So, Speedy, you do not know how to spell. I'm just letting you know that. But we have like I said, we have a great show lined up for you guys. And again, for the first time on our show, we will have Xavier Woods at 8:00. So why don't we get into it? Because there's so many stories, and this seems to be the biggest story right now, not only in baseball, but throughout the country. Shohei Ohtani's longtime interpreter was fired after sending 4.5 million emails in wire transfers from Ohtani's bank account to other places. These wire transfers are linked to several gambling debts that are now under federal investigation. He also is linked to independent bookmaking operations, creating an illegal betting operation in Southern California. California is one of U.S. states in which sports betting is not illegal. He also placed bets through bookmaker Matthew Boyer through DraftKings, which he assumed was legal. Ohtani has had this interpreter since moving to the U.S. in 2018. This has become the biggest story in America. And I know everybody wants to point fingers and they want to say that Shohei Ohtani had something to do with this. I believe Shohei Ohtani knew about this, but had nothing to do with the betting end of it. Now, we're never going to find out because baseball has turned their heads. They didn't want to turn their heads to Pete Rose when he was doing it. But this is the problem right now in professional sports. When you have a superstar like Shohei Ohtani, the face of baseball right now, two MVPs, he's been the face of baseball since he's come into the majors. I mean, you can argue Mike Trout, who he played with, Aaron Judge, and maybe Mookie Betts. These are really the only 4 or 5 guys that you can mention right now in the last 4 years that were compared to a guy like Shohei Ohtani. You sit here today and you wonder, when you look at this story, the wire transfers, several gambling debts, and obviously federal investigations on this situation to be true, baseball should look at Shohei Ohtani. And if this story is true, Shohei Ohtani not only should be suspended, should be thrown out of the MLB. Now, betting has become a business. It's changed the game. Not only baseball, basketball, hockey, NCAA, football, every single sport out there, even tennis and golf, NASCAR. Everybody could now bet in Vegas, California, New York, and on and on and on. How many states are there, Speedy, that 50. You can bet? 50? No, I'm talking about 40. 40 states right now that you can bet in the United States. And it's legalized. I've been saying this for a very, very long time. When it comes to, I don't know, sports being rigged, it's become a huge business. A huge business. And again, when you look at Shohei Ohtani, I don't know if this story is going to grow legs. It could. It could very much grow legs. Speedy, don't worry. Your camera's fine. It could very much grow legs if it's investigated and the federal end of it finds out that he has something to do with it. Shohei Ohtani has something to do with it. Baseball for years has been keeping Pete Rose out of the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose has been the face of the 1970s Cincinnati Reds, the big red machine. One of the greatest baseball teams of the last 60 years. And because of it, ladies and gentlemen, you look at the game of baseball, and not only baseball, basketball, hockey, football. You wonder if business in the betting end is going to change the games, not for the better, but for the worst. I look at this story. I don't know the whole story. I know there's a couple of stories that I read on ESPN. I read CBS Sports Radio, and you wonder. And listen, I'm not going to throw Shohei Ohtani under the bus because I don't know if Shohei Ohtani knows anything about this. But I know Shohei Ohtani knew that his interpreter had problems betting. Why would he give him $4.5 million? And don't tell me that Shohei Ohtani didn't know that $4.5 million was taken out of his account. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of mucho dinero. But again, betting has become legalized in 40 different states. And if you want to bet, and I've said this many, many times, if you want to bet, if you're a player and you want to bet, not in your particular game, you want to bet in your sport, in other games, you should be allowed to do that. If it's legalized, you should be allowed to do that. Now, I don't know, and I know Jeff he's a big bettor, and I would love to hear Jeff's thoughts about this because betting has become a multi-billion-dollar industry. As a matter of fact, last year here in New York State, yes, in New York State made over $300 million in betting. $300 million. And it's now become a huge business worldwide. And there are states right now, Florida right now. I don't know if is Florida legal right now?
So.
It is. When did it become legal?
I think last year.
There are states still not legalized when it comes to betting on sports, but it will be legalized throughout the country probably in the next 2 to 5 years. And again, you look at the game, and again, baseball has to investigate this. They can't push it to the side. If Shohei Ohtani knew something about this, and he was a part of this gambling ring that they're saying, he should be thrown out of baseball. Because if Pete Rose is not inducted into the Hall of Fame, and Pete Rose admitted that he betted on baseball, but he didn't bet in the games that he was managing. He never bet on the games that he was managing. He came out and said that if Pete Rose is going to be thrown to the wolves over the last, I would say, 20 years, 30 years, the way he has, and that we've heard Rob Manfred sit down with him after Bud Selig stepped down and try to talk to Pete Rose. And by the way, Pete Rose, still to this day, was not inducted into the Cincinnati Reds Hall of Fame because of this.
Yeah, and that's the discussion everyone's going to have based on that because it's the most extreme example we've seen in betting so far. Now, obviously, there were extreme ones in the NFL this season where Calvin Ridley got suspended for the whole year with Jacksonville, and then he came back this year, and then there's other players that were suspended for almost the whole year as well. But this is the most extreme case when you're dealing with a legend in baseball like Pete Rose, and a legend that's becoming in Shohei Ohtani if he is connected to this. Now, him signing with the Dodgers at a state that California is not legal in sports betting. Chaz jokes about it all the time. That makes it believe that maybe he wasn't as involved as we think. I would think he would have signed somewhere else if that was the case. He was trying to hide something. He would probably do it better like that. But I do believe the interpreter was definitely looking at all this endorsements that money that Ohtani's getting and taking advantage of it. And Ohtani, he was obviously close with him. So I do believe he might have given him some money. Would he have given him that much money? I don't know. But you're right. If he is involved directly in this scandal, you're right. Now, at the same time, I just don't know if he necessarily is involved with everything he has to do on the baseball field.
Baseball needs to investigate it. For the fact that baseball is not investigating it right now, or said they're done investigating it, This is a problem.
That's weird. Yeah.
It definitely is, because baseball must know something that they don't want to come out with. And again, if the federal investigation interprets or even brings up the thought that he had something to do with it, they have to open up the case. They have to look more into it, because if he is supporting his interpreter's debts, and maybe it comes out, maybe his interpreter comes out and says, hey, Shohei had something to do with it. Now they're friends, and he obviously is now going back to Japan. He is going to have no part moving forward with Shohei Ohtani and the Dodgers, but it definitely would have to worry you if you're a Dodger fan if this story to be true, because that $700 million is guaranteed no matter what. I know it's deferred, but it's guaranteed. Okay, Speedy, put him on.
All right, Jeff, have at it.
You wanted to know what I thought? Here's what I think. I will fight for anybody's right to gamble. If you want to put your money on something, whether it's Speedy racing down the street or whatever, right? You should be allowed to do it. The Communist People's Republic of California should be ashamed of themselves that they don't have legalized gambling there.
Oh, and I agree with you, Jeff. First of all, we don't know it to be true. Now, obviously, there has been an investigation behind it, and there is something. But there are bookmarks right now with his interpreter. I don't know what his interpreter's name is, but there is a bookmark on him. I'm sorry, what was it?
Ippy.
Ippy, is that his name? I don't know.
Ippy Mazahora or something like that.
Okay,
yeah, Ippy.
Okay, Ippy. There are bookmarks on.
You thought I was making that up, and it's real, isn't it?
No, it is. It's a pretty funny name. Who names their kid Ippy? Okay, but that's just me.
It's a nickname.
I got it.
Yeah.
But they have investigated this somewhat, and he has worked with bookmaker Matthew Boyer through the DraftKings situation. So I don't know if everything is going to fall together, and when they investigate it, if this is to be true, I do believe that baseball needs to open up this case and investigate it more because
they're not going to, right? They're not going to because there's already a federal investigation going on, so Major League Baseball will rely upon them and their findings to determine punishment they will hand down. And the other part of that is Major League Baseball doesn't want to find anything. They don't want to find something that the feds don't find and have to tell them. And then so they end up getting perhaps the biggest star in the game today thrown out. Look, if he gambled on baseball, he has to be thrown out. Like, that's not even a question.
Yes.
Like, he has to be, right? So that is what so Major League Baseball doesn't want to, they're just going to rely on the feds and what the feds find. Right. That's what it's going to be. So Major League Baseball isn't going to look into it.
No,
and they have perfect cover not to, by the way.
But Jeff,
do you think baseball can run a better investigation than the federal government?
But Jeff, here's the problem. If they investigate it and they find something, if the federal government finds something, they have to open this up because they would have to throw Ohtani out of baseball.
Anything up. There's no opening.
But they're investigating right now.
Right. And they're going to rely on what the feds.
That's what I'm saying. So if the Fed
need their own investigation.
Okay. Now, so they close the case. If the federal government finds out that Shohei Ohtani is involved with it, what do you think they're going to do?
Yes, they're going to suspend him. They're going to call a hearing and suspend him, and hopefully he doesn't throw as big of a bitch fit as A-Rod did by kicking tables and then running down to the radio station.
Suspend him. They kick him out of baseball. He was betting on baseball.
Yeah, they probably will. Yeah, well, hold on. If he was betting on baseball.
If he was betting on baseball. But why would Shohei Ohtani give his interpreter $4.5 million?
Look, he might.
Why would he give it to him? Would you give me $4.5 million? Would you give that to me?
I wouldn't give you 4.5 cents.
Are you kidding me? Right? I rest my case.
Right. No. But friends is a different thing, right? Like maybe he wants. And by the way, Shohei is a very giving person. Did you see what Shohei did for Joe Kelly just for getting his number?
Yeah, a Porsche. He gave his wife a Porsche.
Right. Yeah. Right. So he is a giving person. He has given lots of gifts to people before. It doesn't seem like money is like the be all end all for him, even though he just got a massive contract.
Then why would there be a story that this would come out that he's betting on sports? If that's the case. Now, I don't know if it to be true. We don't know if it to be true. Go ahead. Time out. What are you going to say?
What
are you going to say?
Betting on sports is one thing, because here's a problem I have with a lot of this, and it's a problem I'm going to have with the NFL, because we can go back to the NFL cases as well. Those people should be able to bet on anything that they want to bet on, as long as it isn't their sport. So, if Shohei Ohtani or whatever wants to bet on basketball, by the way, I got some great props for the NBA tonight, they should be able to do that. They have no association or inside information with that. If football players in the NFL want to bet college football, they should be able to do that. You just shouldn't be able to bet on your own sport. So saying that these people shouldn't be allowed to bet on sports, I think is a wrong view, because, again, I will fight for anyone's.
Wasn't there a hockey player that just got suspended for betting on other sports?
Shane Pinto at the beginning of the year.
He got suspended from the
games.
NHL, 41 games, because betting on his not his own sport, a different sport. So that's untrue. Right now, in professional sports, if you're playing a professional game, I understand. I agree with you. But they don't. It's not legalized right now in professional sports. As we all know, what happened to Calvin Ridley. What happened to Calvin?
But that's also not true, because it goes sport by sport, because Michael Jordan, famously, he bet a lot of stuff.
Yes, he did.
Didn't suspend him.
Well, he bet on cards. He bet on poker. He bet on that kind of game.
But he was also into a gambler for other bets, and not on the golf course or whatever. And yes, he was big at cards and whatever, but he also bet sports that weren't basketball.
Again, Jeff, we're not speaking about Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan is done. His career is over. It
doesn't matter. It's an example.
I understand. There's a lot of examples. How many athletes have bet on sports? I mean, Floyd Mayweather has bet on boxing. There have been rumors that came out when he fought Conor McGregor. He bet I think it was $4 or $5 million on himself,
which we discussed at the time too. It's much easier to fix than a team sport.
And you know what he did? The story was he had his friend pay for it. He gave his friend $5 million to bet on him that he was going to knock Conor McGregor out in the 11th or 12th round or something like that, and he won a bundle of money. A bundle of money,
which is very easy for Floyd Mayweather to stall.
Why wasn't he thrown out of boxing?
Right. Well, I'll tell you why he's not thrown out of boxing. Because number one, there's no universal body, right? For the NBA, it's the NBA, right? But in boxing, the WBO and the WBC, they're all competing things. So let's just say it was a WBO fight. Well, the WBO doesn't want to suspend him and say you can't box WBO anymore, because he's just going to go I forget what the other one. There's two more. It's WBO, WBC, and what's the third one?
WBA.
Right. Okay. Right. So the WBO won't suspend him because he'll just box in the other two, and they'll lose all that money. That's what would happen.
Well, first of all, it was an inspection. It was an exhibition.
One body. Right, but there isn't one body that governs boxing. Boxing, people don't realize it. Boxing is several different leagues with several different titles, and you could be fighting for any one of them on any given night.
Jeff, again, Floyd Mayweather bet on not just that fight. When he was fighting, I'm sure he bet on the Oscar De La Hoya fight when he fought Oscar De La Hoya and he beat Oscar De La Hoya. I'm sure he did. And this has been going on in professional sports for years.
Right, but
and
there's
now,
no body that governs boxing.
But here's the problem. Here's the problem. If you're going to set rules, and they've had these rules for years, if that's the case, and you see guys like Pete Rose not being inducted into the Hall of Fame, no longer a part of baseball, if this is true, if Shohei Ohtani definitely was betting on sports, he should be suspended and thrown out of baseball.
But what if it's his right? But the problem with it is it's going to be really hard to prove unless the the interpreter snitches on him, right? Because unless he's saying, "Oh, I was a proxy and I was placing these bets for him,"
right?
It's going to be impossible to prove,
especially since it's his own bank account too.
Right, because the story holds so far, right? Which is oh, I'm paying off his debts. There's nothing that say you can't pay another person's debt.
Here's also a problem with when it comes to betting on sports, and this has been going on in basketball. Antoine Walker, he lost $70 million in betting, and not only on sports and poker and everything like that. A lot of these athletes, because they've never had money, because they come from poor families,
they blow it all.
They decide, hey, you know what? I'm going to make more of this. I'm a superstar in basketball. I'm a superstar in baseball and football and hockey and NASCAR. I'm going to bet on whatever I want, and I'm going to buy as many cars as I want. And it doesn't matter if I lose it because it's endless money. I'm going to bring in more money every single 5 years. And that's the problem with some of these youngsters. Shohei Ohtani's a young guy that just got a $700 million contract, which is deferred. And now you look at the endorsements that he's making. I'm just saying, look at the endorsements he's making. This is extra money in his pocket. So this is a guy that's never seen this much money in his life. And now all of a sudden is handed the keys to the Dodgers, the keys to the Beamer. And now he's saying, you know what? I could get away with this. I'm going to take $4.5 million and I'm going to invest it into betting on sports. And nobody's going to catch me. Ha, 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 ha. What do you think he's doing right now? Because his interpreter is back in Japan. And he's still going to pay his interpreter. He doesn't have to be there with him. He'll probably give his interpreter, what was he making? $500,000 a year? He'll probably send him $500,000 a year to keep his mouth shut.
Yeah, probably. And he can probably do that. But the problem with your previous argument is if they prove that Shohei Ohtani was betting on baseball, that contract is not guaranteed. That contract is guaranteed for like injury and things like that. If you bet on baseball and you get suspended,
yes,
just like any other suspension in baseball, like go and look at A-Rod when he got suspended. They don't get paid that money. You're suspended, you don't get paid. So his whole contract is in jeopardy.
Unless he insured the contract. Unless he insured the contract, which we've seen.
Right, but that has nothing to. First of all, the insurance on the contract is going to be for the Dodgers for if he gets hurt, right?
No, but you can actually put insurance on yourself in the contract. Can you not? Can you not do that?
But also betting would void that.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know how that works, but
yeah, you're getting suspended for breaking the rules. There's no medical exemption. There's no other exemption. You're forfeiting that. That's what you're doing. You're basically forfeiting it. If he bet on baseball and they can prove it, that's $700 million, which is deferred, is gone. It's gone. They can void the contract.
And this is a serious story. And again, we will see what happens with the federal law. And obviously, they're going to investigate it. And if they investigate and they find an understanding that he had something to do with this and the wire transfers, he's going to get into a lot of trouble. Now, he's not going to go to jail for this. He's not going to go to jail for it, especially being. No, it's in California. It's legalized. He can do whatever he wants.
It's not legalized. It is not legal gambling in California. This was an illegal gambling operation, which is how he got caught.
Okay,
so not legal.
All right. So if it's illegal, then he can go to jail. So why are you saying again? You're trying to make things fine because you like betting and you understand the betting situation. So if it's illegalized and they investigate it, and if Shohei Ohtani has anything to do with it, which it's his money, he should be suspended. He should be thrown out of baseball. If he's giving money to illegal gambling, he should be. It doesn't matter. It's his money. He had something to do with it.
No, he did not. If he's not in there placing the bets and wagers, because it is illegal, and as a New Yorker, right? You go somewhere, something's illegal. Oh, I'll break your legs, right? He could have just been paying that debt to help out this guy.
It doesn't matter. He has to ask where this debt is coming from.
Right, but no one, the government doesn't prosecute those people. Let's be honest, they don't. They have no history of prosecuting people paying off other people's debts.
So you go, hold on. So you go
one case.
So you're going from it's illegal and it's illegal gambling to say that the government's not going to do anything to him, even if they investigate it and know that the money was sent to his interpreter, Iggy, whatever his name is, and he used it to pay off debts.
His name. That's a good gambler. I mean, a bad gambler, but a good person is a gamble.
The fact is, Jeff, if he's helping somebody that's content in what he was doing, which he was, the baseball should investigate it. Or, I'm sorry, not investigate it. They're not going to investigate it. Okay. All right, Jeff. All right. They're not going to investigate it. But if they investigate and find him to be a part of this illegal gambling, he should be suspended and thrown out of baseball.
Well, hold on. He could be suspended for paying the debt, but he won't be thrown out of baseball because he didn't gamble.
So you're telling me that Shohei Ohtani gave his interpreter, Iggy, who he pays $500,000 to.
Respect on his gambler's name.
I don't care what his name is, okay?
You never do. You get everyone's name.
It doesn't matter, Jeff.
It's one of the funniest parts of being a guy that has a sports podcast.
Jeff,
nobody's name.
Jeff, could you stop? Could you shut up and just listen? Because you switch it around, you turn it around, you flip it around all the effing time. You do this all the time. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because you find a way. You find. You find. Speedy, Speedy, I'm going to tell you to hang up the phone with him because he's really pissing me off.
Come on.
You're really pissing me off.
Big girls don't cry.
Yeah, I'll give you big girls don't cry. I'll give you fists don't cry. Now, listen, you're the one who's telling me that it was illegal gambling. Did you not say that? It was illegal gambling. Now, if it's illegal gambling and he is giving money to his interpreter for illegal gambling, even if he has nothing to do with it, he's a part of it, and he should be suspended and thrown out of baseball.
Right, hold on. That goes to mens rea. Do you know what mens rea?
What is it, Jeff? What is it?
The mind's eye, right? Yes, that would be a crime if he gave him money to go gamble with, knowing that he was going and gambling. However, if he went and gambled and didn't know about it and then just showed up with this debt, paying that debt off would not be. No one has ever been prosecuted for that, ever, right? And that's why
nobody gave his interpreter $4.5 million. Have you heard that before? Have you ever heard that before?
Right. Here's what you're doing. You're flying off the handle.
Here's what I'm doing. You like to flip things, and I can't flip things too. Yes.
I'm gonna say it for you again slow, so maybe you'll comprehend this.
I'll tell you what you can comprehend, but I'm not going to say it on live radio. But go ahead, spit it out.
Right.
Spit it out.
Right.
Spit it out.
Here it is.
Go ahead.
If he gave him money, $4.5 million.
Yes.
To go gamble with.
Got it, Jeff. Let's go. Spit it out.
Well, no, I'm going, but I have to say it slow because you haven't caught on the first three.
Oh, I caught on. I don't know if you're catching on for what you're saying. I think you're lost.
You're conflating the two things. You're just saying, if he gave up money to go gamble with, maybe he didn't know that he was gambling.
Yeah.
You're drawing the connection that while may be true, I'm conceding it may be true, it hasn't been proven yet. So you're trying to draw this connection that isn't proven.
Jeff.
This is like your Jalen Carter had 2 DUIs.
Jeff,
you're just saying something to say it.
Jeff, you're going to sit here and you're going to tell me that if somebody, your friend, Shohei Ohtani, is giving you 4.5 million.
Shohei Ohtani gave me 4.5 million. You damn well better know I'm gambling with it.
You damn well believe that. And then you're going to tell me that Shohei Ohtani doesn't know that? Come on, Jeff.
But here's the problem with what you do. You have no proof. No one else has alleged it, and yet you're flying off the handle with it.
Flying off the handle.
That's what you're doing, correct? Speedy, has anyone said Shohei Ohtani definitely gave him?
No, there's no link. There's no direct link that he's involved in the actual.
There is a direct link. It is his interpreter. It's coming from his pocket. It absolutely is a direct hit to him. Yes, it is.
No one is saying that he directed him to take this money and go.
Oh, okay. Just go into my account. You stole it. You took the money. You stole the $4.5 million, knowing that these stories are coming out that there's wire transfers and several gambling debts. Oh,
all of those things.
How the hell did he get his? How did he get into his account? How did he get into his account?
All of those things exist. All those things that you just mentioned exist. Does not exist is proof that Shohei Ohtani knew he was taking money to go gamble with. And look, it still may be true. There's still time to prove that true. But as of right now, it's not.
Baseball and the federal government. I wouldn't be surprised if baseball pays off the federal government to throw this in the trash.
They probably will.
They will throw this in the trash.
He's the biggest star in the game. He's the biggest star in the game.
This is horrible for baseball. This is horrible.
It's terrific for baseball.
No, it's terrific for you.
We have another advocate for gambling in the world, and I'm proud to say I'm part of that community. Thank you, Shohei.
Keith says he might not know they said the money was stolen. Yeah, right now the direct link is the money at the moment.
The money was not stolen. Come on. And you're going to tell me that this guy, Iggy, whatever his name is, he was the one, he got into Shohei Ohtani's account, and Shohei Ohtani didn't know that $4.5 million was taken out over the past year or 2 years of gambling debts. Come on, guys. This is the most ridiculous statement. And the fact that he says that it was stolen from him is a joke. You cannot tell me that Shohei Ohtani does not know that $4.5 million wasn't taken out of his account.
So here's the point. Here's the other thing of what you're saying. There was 2 money transfers of $500,000.
Okay.
2.
Okay. Yes.
that you can claim he knew about.
Yeah, because he
So
paid
now,
him.
if
Yes.
you, so hold on. We're going to do this because I got to say it real slow for you so you can do the math. I know math isn't your strong suit, but we're going to try here. So $500,000 plus $500,000 is how much?
$500,000 and $500,000 is $1 million.
Okay. Now subtract one. Now subtract one from 4.5.
Jeff, could you
How
stop?
much is that?
Jeff, could
How
you
much is
stop
that?
with this math? I don't want to hear you crap. Spit up what you're saying. Spit out what you're saying. I don't
Right.
care what
So
you
that
have to
leaves-
say,
so
honestly.
that- so
You
that
sound
leaves-
like an
so that
idiot.
leaves-
You sound like a fool. Take your
Well,
finger
you think
out of
you're-
your behind and
If
do
you think I
something
sound
with it.
dumb,
Paid
you
on
think I
it.
sound-
You
if
are
think I sound
ridiculous.
dumb-
You are
if you think I sound
ridiculous.
dumb-
You're ridiculous. $4.5 million. You're going to tell me you didn't know that? You're crazy. And if you think the federal government is stupid enough to believe that, you are ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
And you want to know what? Let's go back to Training Day. You remember the movie Training Day?
Oh,
You
here we
watched
go.
Training Day?
Yes,
Did
with
you see
Denzel
Training Day?
Washington. Yes, we know.
What's
Go
the-
ahead.
what-
Yes.
What's the line from the movie everybody knows? What's the line from the movie? It's not what you know, it's what you can prove. Prove it.
Prove it. Trust me.
Prove it.
If he wasn't Shohei Ohtani, this guy would have been federally arrested.
Hey, look, I know Garrett Cole's been using Spider Tack his whole career.
Oh,
Prove it.
There he goes. There he goes with the Spider Tack. Actually, it was proven. And that's why he was suspended. Was he not? It was proven.
Oh, see? Proven. Spider Tack ruined his elbow.
You know, it's
That
so
doesn't
funny.
directly correlate.
The fact is,
again, you don't know that using illegal substances may put more strain on your elbow.
so California is not illegal. I mean, it's not legal.
No.
It's
it
not
is
legal.
illegal.
Yes, it's not legal.
Yes.
Okay.
No legal.
All
No legal.
Okay, so it's not legal. All right.
No.
All right. That's fine. It's
Although
not.
they do have casinos, and those casinos don't have.
All right. It's fine. Sports betting.
gambling.
Sports betting
Right.
is not legal in California.
Negative. And by the
Automatically.
way, all gambling is prohibited unless on regulated premises. Well, let's also go with that. Regulated so like Indian casinos exist there.
Okay. So being that it's not legal in California, if you are, I guess, bidding on certain sports games, and there could be tons and tons of them that he was bidding on. It could be basketball, it could be baseball, it could be hockey, it could be football. It doesn't matter what it is.
It could be sports in Japan for all we know.
It could be sports in Japan. If he is doing it in California,
The Nippon Ham Fighters.
it is illegal, and it doesn't matter.
Nippon Ham Fighters.
And
that's good money.
And being that it's in California, and being that he's been in California for how many years? 5 years now. He's been there for a while, but with Anaheim or LA, and now he's with the LA Dodgers. You could sit here and say that Shohei Ohtani had some kind of understanding where this money was going. And if the federal government can prove it, and I believe they will, they will approve it. They will prove it.
Again, maybe they will. Maybe they will. But right now, there's no proof. But again, you're ignoring the math. 2 transfers, $500,000 equals $1 million. No one's saying he stole all 4.5, but that leaves 3.5 that left his account unaccounted for. And that could be where the theft comes in.
And what other bank accounts might have been made.
Because very realistically, those are the only 2 payments that they've tracked to him, is 2 $500,000 payments. He's claiming he lost 4.5 total, but they only have 2 of $500,000 each. So this is why what you're saying there's a problem with.
Keith, yes, we know there are casinos in California.
We understand there are casinos. Obviously, Jeff just said there were casinos in California, so I got it. We understand that there are casinos in California, but sports betting is illegal in California. So, in
fact, all betting is illegal. You can't just go on the sidewalk and start running craps just because there's a casino in California. Like that's, you know what I'm saying? Like gambling is only legal on regulated premises. That's what it is. Right. So gambling anywhere outside of the casino, still illegal.
All right, Jeff. Thanks for calling, man.
Always a pleasure, Dummy Earl.
Yeah. This is what I deal with every single time he comes on this show. Every single time. It makes him smart because he knows a little bit more about betting than I do. Okay. I don't sit here and spend my day sitting in front of a television watching sports all day long, hoping that I'm going to win a couple of bucks. Okay. That's just not me. I actually like to work for my money. CBS Sports' Jim Bowden reports that Blake Snell signed a 2-year, $62 million contract with the Giants. MLB Network's John Heyman reports that the deal will feature a opt-out after the first season, and around $15 million will be deferred to be paid in 2027. Snell is 31 years old, and Scott Boras said he is committed to getting one more big deal. Snell led all pitchers with the ERA last year, opponents' batting average, and opponents' OPS last season. Snell is one of 7 pitchers to win Cy Young awards in both leagues. The Astros, Yankees, and Angels were also interested in Snell. Blake Snell would have been a great pickup for the New York Yankees. The Yankees are unsure what's going on with Garrett Cole. Garrett Cole could be out for 2 months, maybe 3 months. They're saying 3 to 4 weeks before he actually throws a ball again. That means he's got to go through spring training again. That means he's going to have to get back his pitch count and all that other stuff that you need to do, and then move up the rankings. You're going to have to go to AAA, and then you're going to go back to the major leagues. We might not see Garrett Cole until the second half of the season. That could happen. And we've seen this. Carlos Rodon last year. He started the season, he started spring training. He looked good, blah, 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 blah. Then he had shoulder problems. Then he was out for the whole first half of the season. And then he came back and he wasn't the same pitcher he was the year before. And the Yankees spent $27 million a year and signed a 6-year deal, $160 million with him. And now you're looking at the contract. I think this was a great contract by the Giants, by the way. This is fantastic. 2 years, $62 million. He can opt out of the contract, as there are a lot of players that don't want to play over there for some reason. It's a beautiful city and a lot of drugs and whatever, but it's a beautiful city, great stadium. And it's been a great baseball team in the early 2000s and the mid 2000s. It's fallen apart. Bruce Bochy decided to walk away. And now he's coaching the Texas Rangers and managing the Texas Rangers. He just won a World Series, and that's great. But they're trying to rebuild. And the Yankees, they have a chance to go all the way this year. So do the Astros. The Angels do not. And I think the reason why he didn't go to the Angels was not because of money. He just knows they suck, and he doesn't want to go there.
Yeah, they would have paid like $40 a year.
It was the Astros and the Yankees. And if I was Blake Snell, I would have went to the Astros or the Yankees. I know the Yankees offered him a 5-year contract worth about Carlos Rodon money. I think the Yankees were willing to give him a little bit more than Carlos Rodon, $30 to $32 million. I was hearing that the Yankees were willing to give him. But he decided to take a $62 million contract for 2 years with the Giants. I don't know how this makes sense. Even if he has another Cy Young year with the Giants, nobody's going to pay. How old is he? 31 years old?
31. Nobody's
going to pay a 32-year-old pitcher who can't stay healthy $190 or $200 million for a 5 to 6 year deal. Nobody's going to do that. The Yankees weren't willing to do that. The Astros weren't willing to do that. Even the damn Dodgers weren't willing to do that with him.
Yeah, I am not surprised he ended up signing with the Giants because he is a West Coast guy. I think he's from Washington, so Northern California, kind of right there. But for him, it's definitely a risk because his consistency track record is looming as inconsistent where, yeah, he has a Cy Young year, and then he'll have 2 letdown years in a row. And he's also been injury prone in those years as well. So it's definitely a risk. And Fish brought up the graphic before about Scott Boras clients. A lot of them have been very stingy. Maybe he has more influence on this than even Snell did at this point, and he's trying to push for that kind of deals. And the fact that he had to settle on a 2-year deal is definitely a big risk for his clients and maybe a big risk for some of these other clients in the future trying to get the money that they want too. For the Giants, it's a great deal. As Fish brought up the graphic, like they lost a lot of different pitchers over the last 2 years, and they've done well in terms of rebirthing other pitchers. Kevin Gausman, look at how bad he was with the Orioles. Now he's great with the Giants and then with the Blue Jays. But the Rodon, they were right to get rid of. But even so, that's not always going to work in your favor for the Giants all the time. And for Snell, it's definitely a big risk. As far as the Yankees, yeah, they definitely should have pulled the trigger on this. I'm even if you have to up it to 30, like he's worth that as long as he's not getting paid for the 8-9 year deal that he wanted.
When-
5 years is fine.
When this story broke, I was in Miller's Ale House. I was hanging out, and it broke. It was a 2-year, $62 million contract. I thought it was going to be the Astros, as the stories were coming out that the Astros were going to jump in and land Blake Snell for at least a year. They were going to give him a 1-year, $28 million contract, and he was probably going to take it. And then somehow the Giants swooped right in, and it doesn't help the Giants because the Giants are rebuilding. They're not going to be any good this year. They were not any good last year. But I will say this, Scott Boras is the mastermind of finding ways to bring money to his guys, and these contracts all fall in his favor. Always, every single time, it falls in Scott Boras' favor. Here's the problem right now. If I was Blake Snell and I was going to take a 2-year contract with the Giants, I would have thought very, very carefully. Now, he can opt out of the contract, but I would have thought very, very carefully, because if he gets hurt this year, if he hurts himself significantly, tears something in his shoulder, tears something in his knee, and he didn't take that 6-year deal with the Yankees, or he didn't take that 5-year deal with the Angels, that could put him in harm's way. He might never get that big contract. He might never make the money that he thought he deserved after winning 2 Cy Youngs. And I'm going to tell you this. He is one of the most overrated Cy Young winners we have ever seen in Major League history. For him to sit here and say, well, I won 2 Cy Youngs. What have you won?
Yeah.
What has Blake Snell won? He didn't win anything with the Tampa Bay Rays. He didn't win anything with the Padres. What has he won? He's won nothing.
Yeah, this is the offseason for him to maximize his value because of the inconsistencies throughout his career. Yeah, he won the Cy Young with the Rays in 2019 and then pitched well in the postseason. But then his first year with the Padres was a bit rocky. Then he did well the next couple of years after that, obviously winning the Cy Young last year. But still, that kind of trajectory for an older pitcher is not going to be ideal. Now, granted, left-handed pitchers age better than righties usually, but still somebody that injury prone is definitely concerning. And now you're going to a division with the Diamondbacks, you're going to a division with the Dodgers. It's going to be very hard. Even having to play, even though the Rockies are really bad, having to play in Coors Field, it could inflate your ERA as well. So for a 2-year deal, I don't know that kind of thing worth it. I thought the Giants were going to get him, but I thought the Giants were going to spend a little more for like a 6-year deal on him to be that kind of face of the rotation, to go with a youngster in Logan Webb, who's been very good, but a veteran guy to help them out for a very young team. But for a 2-year deal, it seems very surprising that Snell would settle on that kind of thing when you're getting offers from contending teams. I thought you're right. If it was going to be a 2-year deal, like the Astros, all right, he's going to go chase a ring. The Yankees, go with Garrett Cole, but not that.
If this doesn't bother you as a Yankee fan, I don't know what does.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you know that Blake Snell was a perfect fit for the New York Yankees. If you could have gotten him for 1 year, you had a chance to go to a World Series this year. And now a lot of people still believe the Yankees still have a chance to go to the World Series because they still have Juan Soto. They have a great lineup, and this team could actually hit. And I've been predicting that the Yankees could be the best offensive team in baseball if everything falls together, if Aaron Judge stays healthy. You know, I was listening to a bunch of radio shows today, and they were saying that if Aaron Judge only plays 120 games or less, the Yankees are not going to be one of the top 10 offensive teams in the league. I disagree. In the middle of this lineup, if you have Juan Soto at batting 3, and even if Aaron Judge is not in the lineup, you still have a healthy Giancarlo Stanton or semi-Giancarlo Stanton and a Torres and a Verdugo and from up and down, all these guys that you have in your lineup, you're going to be able to put up at least 5 to 5.5 runs a game. If you put 5 to 5.5 runs a game, you're going to win a significant amount of games. So if there's 182 games in a season, if you use math or what does he call it? Ergonomics or whatever. You could see in Ergonomics that you're going to win between 95 and 97 games. And if you win 95 to 97 games, you can either win the division, but what was the record in the American League, American East last year, winning that division?
97 wins.
97 wins.
Yeah.
So if the Yankees win 96 to 97 games this year, they're going to win the division.
Yeah, even the Rays, I think, were in the mid-90s as well, not far behind. And then the Blue Jays were 88.
And by the way, I'm reading what Keith is saying. He says Stanton is awful. Stanton is awful from last year. He was out of shape. He lost 20 pounds, 10 pounds of muscle. He looks really, really good in spring training. He actually had 2 home runs, I think, in spring training. I think that if Stanton could play as a DH and stay in the lineup and play at least 135 games, you're going to get at least 38 to 35 home runs, and you're going to get over 100 RBIs. If you get that as a third guy, a third power hitter in your lineup when you have Aaron Judge that's going to give you about 40 to 45 home runs and 120 RBIs, and Soto who's going to give you 45 to 50 home runs and 125 to 130 RBIs. You're going to have a pretty deadly lineup. And Alex Verdugo is a very good hitter too. He hits very well in Yankee Stadium. He hit over 300 in his career in Yankee Stadium. He hits that's a short porch. He can pull the ball over there. I would bet you that Verdugo, who had 15, 16 home runs last year, hits double that amount this year. Hits about 30 to 35 home runs this year in Yankee Stadium and gives you about 90 to 95 RBIs for your fourth guy. And you forgot about Gleyber Torres, who hit over 30 home runs last year and gave you 70 to 80 RBIs. You're going to get that with him too, and he's going to be protected in a lineup. So, yeah, I absolutely believe the Yankees are going to hit 5.5, 6 runs and runs a game. And by the way, even if Aaron Judge isn't 100%.
Yeah, and you also look at on-base percentage as being a factor for Stanton to get it going again, because his power numbers were still very strong last year, even amidst barely hitting over 200. That on-base percentage, drawing more walks is going to be the bigger key, because he's going to strike out a lot. I think any Yankee fan is going to accept that at this point, and especially in an analytics-driven league. I think you can accept that if you're going to put up power numbers that Stanton is very capable of if he's
Pete Alonso.
Right. You're going to get that kind of thing. Because, even Pete Alonso's on-base percentage in the first half of the season last year was very down for his standards. And his OPS as a whole was barely over not OPS. His on-base percentage was barely over 300 at certain points during the year. So Stanton, you're going to have to get that kind of thing to elevate the team OPS. We're going to talk about it in the second half of the season. Without Aaron Judge, the Yankees team OPS was third worst in baseball. And that's the kind of thing that if you're going to build your team based on these power hitters, you're going to have to build your team based on walks. But now this year, they don't have to do that kind of thing as much because they have a guy in Verdugo who's a better contact hitter. If LeMahieu becomes the hitter that he once was a couple of years ago when he was an MVP candidate, they could get that kind of thing. And even somebody like Volpe, too. Volpe's a guy with so much speed. If he starts to draw more walks, he doesn't strike out a lot. That's a good lineup.
Okay, if you look at the 2 seasons that Giancarlo Stanton stayed healthy, and that was in 2021. He played in 139 games, and in 2018 he played in 158 games. He had over. First of all, the 2021 season, he had, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I'm looking at the RBIs. He had 97 RBIs and 35 home runs, and he hit 273. Okay, in 2018 when he played 158 games, he hit 38 home runs and 100 RBIs. If you could get 240 from Giancarlo Stanton and 35 home runs and close to 100 RBIs, that's a great season. That's a great season. Giancarlo Stanton has 3 more years left on his contract. And the Yankees are not going to lose that contract. They're going to have to deal with that contract for the next 2 years after this season. He is going to be under contract, and he's going to die as a New York Yankee when he retires. Gleyber Torres is not leading off, Keith. As a matter of fact, what I've been hearing, it's going to be Anthony Volpe that's going to be leading off possibly for the Yankees. Now, there's no sure thing on that, and Gleyber Torres is not a leadoff hitter. I would not lead off with Gleyber Torres. I'm going to lead off with my fastest guy. Is Gleyber Torres my fastest guy? I am going to put my fastest guy on first base. So you have Aaron Judge, you have Juan Soto, and you have Giancarlo Stanton, and then maybe Verdugo or Rizzo, whatever you want to do in your lineup, how you want to set up your lineup every single day. And by the way, the lineup is not going to be set up the same way every single day. As a matter of fact, Aaron Boone last year was one of the league's most interesting managers last year because he changed his lineup more than any manager in baseball last year in different parts of the season. So, you don't know how he's going to set up his lineup week by week, day by day, game by game. So, year by year. He's been with the Yankees. How many different sort out lineup changes has he had since he's taken over for the Yankees? So I'm not going to bet that Gleyber Torres is going to be leading off. And if he does, he'll lead off one game and he'll probably be batting 8th or 7th in the next game.
That's going to depend really entirely on base percentage for Anthony Volpe. Because if he can get that up, yeah, you want to have your fastest guy in a traditional lineup, and then you also have the on-base guy in analytic lineup to go along with Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton after the fact. And now you have Juan Soto, who has a very low chase rate, very low strikeout rate for a superstar hitter too, probably hitting third. And that's going to help the Yankees get more runs if they can get a runner in scoring position faster too. And Aaron Judge is pretty fast for his size too. So it's not like you're getting David Ortiz running.
And I know I'm reading what Keith is saying. It's been reported that he is going to be leading off. And DJ LeMahieu is another guy that could lead off for the New York Yankees when he comes back. We don't know when he's coming back. But again, Aaron Boone came out the other day and said that there's no sure thing that DJ LeMahieu is not going to start the season in this lineup. So right now, if you look at the position that the Yankees are in, Gleyber Torres will probably start the season as the leadoff hitter. That doesn't mean Anthony Volpe won't be a leadoff hitter this year. It doesn't mean that DJ LeMahieu is not going to lead off in this season. Alex Verdugo, if he gets hot, he could be leading off this season. You're going to see so many transitional changes in this lineup for the New York Yankees. So I'm not going to bet that Verdugo is not going to, at one point this year, bat leadoff. So again, right now on paper, you could see the situation for what it is, and it's been reported that Torres and Gleyber Torres is going to be leading off for the New York Yankees.
Yeah, and also it depends on a lot of with DJ LeMahieu too, if he can get the batting average back up to a respectable point, because he's been kind of middling in the 250s, 260s at this point for a guy that doesn't walk a lot because he's a very free swinger. Colorado, when he won those batting titles, he didn't walk a lot. He had on base percentage of 360 something.
He's not the same hitter.
No, I know that. I'm not saying that it's going to get to that point, but I'm saying if it does, it gives you other options. And I agree with you. Like, there's no reason to have one strict lineup all the time. It's not like in hockey where you have line chemistry and you have to have these guys get used to each other. Yes, Anthony Volpe is a young player that maybe hitting number one might be a lot of pressure on him in comparison to hitting him number 6 or something like that. But even so, you can definitely ease him into that. And then in May or June, then he could be the full-time leadoff hitter if he develops into the prospect that he should.
It should bother you if you're a Yankee fan and you sit back and you wonder, what is this rotation going to be this year? And you could have seen Blake Snell in this rotation, even for 1 year. I would have given Blake Snell $35 million for 1 year. Have him in that rotation where you have guys like Garrett Cole. Then your rotation would be Garrett Cole, Blake Snell. You can either have Marcus Stroman or Nestor Cortez or Rodon as your 5th starter. And then you have Schmidt. You would have had a dynamic pitching staff for one season where there would be no doubt you'd be the favorite coming out of the American League. Even though a lot of people, a lot of experts came out and said today, even if Garrett Cole doesn't play half the season, the Yankees could still come out in the American League East and still could come out in the American League, even if they lose Garrett Cole for the season. Because Brian Cashman at the trade deadline is not going to sit tight if he loses Garrett Cole for the season. And the Yankees are going to be in it to win it, because Juan Soto is probably not going to be on this roster next year. So that's just my opinion right now. If you sit here and you wonder, if you're a Yankee fan right now, if the Yankees do not come out starting or hitting in the first 10 games of the season, because we've seen this before. 2 years ago, the Yankees couldn't hit a lick in the first 8 games. And then all of a sudden, Aaron Judge got hot. And that was the year when he broke the record. I remember it. The first 10 games, they couldn't buy a run. The Yankees couldn't buy a run. And then all of a sudden, after the 11th or 12th game, Aaron Judge got hot. He started slamming home runs. Before you know it, he had 13 home runs. And at the All-Star break, I think he had 35 or 37 home runs. And he was on his way to break Roger Maris's record. So, again, if I'm a Yankee fan, which I am, and I'm sitting here and opening day is what, 2 weeks away, a week away, I'm going to be worried if the Yankees are not going to be hitting the ball in the first 3 or 4 games, or maybe even in the first series. Because guess who the Yankees are playing in the first series? The Houston Astros. And the Houston Astros are a team that always dominates against the New York Yankees. So the Yankees could really start the season 0-3. They could start the season 0-4. And then we're going to be sitting here saying, why didn't we go after another ace? Why don't we land Blake Snell? Why wouldn't we spend the money? Why wouldn't we give him a 2-year, $62 million contract? Why wouldn't we give him a $270 million contract? I mean, I am just losing my mind with this, because if you're a Yankee fan, I would be pissed off about this. But again, it is not the end-all be-all. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods. But before we have Xavier Woods on the show, we will have the Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. I am back for another Loudmouth Sports Minute report. I am the man Tommy Scoops to give you guys all the rundown. And currently, right now, in the NBA, they are currently suffering a bunch of plague injuries right now because right now the Kings just announced shooting guard Kevin Huerter is out for tonight's game against the Wizards as he has a dislocated shoulder and labral tear. Other news, the Atlanta Hawks also announced that their forward, Jalen Johnson, will also be out for tonight's game, this time against the Suns, with an ankle injury. In NFL news, the NFL announced that they will be planning to leave in the tush push after many think that it was going to be banned for next season. It will be returning for the 2024 season. Other news, the Texans announced that they will be signing cornerback CJ Henderson after a visit with the team earlier today on Thursday. Now it's going to be time for Scoops Who Scores. I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the scores going on right now. And in men's college basketball, right now, Texas leads 31-17 over Colorado State. Oakland leads 31-25 over Kentucky, as Iowa State leads 22-14 over South Dakota State, with Gonzaga leading 20-12 over McNeese. Over in the NHL, Boston has a 1-0 lead over the Rangers. St. Louis, 2-0 over Ottawa. And currently, right now, the Islanders and Detroit are currently at 0 apiece, as well as Florida and Nashville are currently at 0 apiece. Over in the NBA right now, Orlando has a 57-48 lead at the halftime over New Orleans, and Washington currently has a 54-44 lead over Sacramento. That is currently all the time that I have for you guys right now. I'm going to send it over back to the boys for their next guest, Xavier Woods.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player John Smith, every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. By the way, this tush-push thing has been around football forever. Why do they keep calling it the tush-push? It's a quarterback sneak. It's been going on forever. Why is Roger Goodell? Why is he opening his mouth? I just don't understand this, but we can ask Xavier Woods. For the first time on the Sports Loudmouth, I would love to introduce our new guest. We are now talking to Carolina Panthers safety, Xavier Woods. Xavier, what's up, bud?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
I'm a little lost with this whole tush-push thing, man. I have no idea why the NFL is getting involved. Why all of a sudden they're keeping this? Maybe because Jason Kelsey's retiring. So you know what? We're just going to let it go on. It's going to continue happening now because Jason Kelsey is retiring. It is the most ridiculous thing when Roger Goodell came out in the middle of a season last year saying that he wants to get rid of the tush-push.
I mean, he came out and said that. I mean, that's an offensive thing that allows them to score points. So I wasn't banking on them getting rid of that. If it's something defensively that eliminates the offense from scoring points, I definitely think that they'll eliminate it. But if it scores points, they're going to keep it in the game.
It does score points, but a lot of people were complaining about it, especially in the NFL, because it was working for Jason Kelsey. It was working, and he was bragging about it on New Heights. He says nobody can stop us. As a matter of fact, I think there was a 98 or 99% completion percentage every time they
historically
used
good.
It's ridiculous.
And then Vita Vea ended it in the playoffs.
Yeah, but again, it was historical, and that's why Roger Goodell came out and the NFL came out, said that they were going to look into it and maybe get rid of it. And that's the problem with the NFL. They always take away good things. They always do this. And again, I understand they're trying to protect the players. We've had a lot of ex-players on the show. We've also had players in the league telling us that CTE has been a big part of what is going on moving forward with some of the rule changes and obviously the turf changes, which has been a big problem. So my question to you is, What do you like? Do you like playing on turf and grass? And what is the difference? I don't know if you ever played at MetLife. Why does everybody say that MetLife has the worst field in the NFL?
Well, I played Dallas my first 4 years, so I definitely played in MetLife a few times every year. Yeah, MetLife probably has the worst turf. I just don't know. It's slick and it's hard. So it's slick and hard. I prefer grass. I definitely prefer grass. I would say the Titans does have some of the best turf in the NFL. If it was, I mean, of course, I don't think owners are ever going to listen to the players and go back to grass. And so I think if you are to have turf, I definitely think the Titans has the best turf, and the owner should get that turf if they're going to get it and keep it.
So you mentioned some of the defensive rules. One of the ones that was in controversy was the hip drop tackle that we've seen, like Errol was talking about before. We've seen them trying to hone down on CTE, head tackling, but not as much the lower ones with all the leg injuries. What are your thoughts to that?
That's kind of like it's unfortunate, man. Just playing at full speed, you trying to get these big guys down, man. These guys sometimes weigh 30, 40 pounds heavier than you, and sometimes the best way to do it, the guy's dragging you, drop your weight. At that point, hopefully he's gonna fall. That's like it's slowing us down so much. They already took away, the targeting, and now just taking that away, taking a hip drop away, which at times you might have to use it. I'm not gonna lie. I think I've used it before. I was fortunate enough to where the guy didn't get injured. But sometimes it does happen, and let's just be honest. Injuries is going to happen in a football game. Injuries 100% is going to happen in a football game. So you can't take away everything to protect the guys. Injuries are going to happen. So you trying to protect the guys, but at this point, we headed towards touch football.
No doubt about it. As we're watching flag football in the Pro Bowl, so anything's possible. We'll be seeing flags on you guys in no time.
Meanwhile, Tom Brady's complaining about it, yet he was probably whining for calls his whole career.
Oh,
yeah, and they've taken away so much, man. Even just for defense, the chop blocks or the cutting, you get the big Trent Williams coming out, and you see everyone sees the highlights of Trent coming around the corner, like a bulldozing a cornerback or a safety. Trent weighs 300 pounds. That cornerback safety weighs what, 180, 190, 200 pounds. And they took away our spade card, which was we could cut him. That slows him down. Now at this point, Trent don't have any fear that he could get cut. So he's just running full speed at you. And it's either stay on the track or get off the track. It's either look like I'm kind of scared, I'm making a business decision, or get ran over. So it's kind of, they're making defense hard.
No doubt about it. We are talking to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods. Xavier, you look at the league, and over the last couple of years, the NFL has tried to transition the game into an offensive game and really take it away from the defenses. But last year, it was completely different, and offense was down from the year before. And even some of the star wide receivers, star quarterbacks were not the same quarterbacks or wide receivers as they were last year. Defense were better. What was the difference last year than it was the year before?
I would say, as much as they do try to take away, some of our, they try to limit us somewhat. Defense is always going to be the catalyst of winning ball games, and it takes a great quarterback. You have the Mahomes that get the ball at the last few seconds that can go down and win the ball game, but to keep them in that game, it takes a defense. But defense is now kind of like the scheme now to stop offense. Explosive offense is more of a two-shell look, two high safety look, which slows the defense down. slows the offense down. Doesn't allow the big plays. If you're sound enough, it makes an offense have to take multiple plays, 10 plays, 15-play drive down the field, which kind of is hard for offense. So a good defense is going to adjust to the rules and to the offenses, because offenses come with different schemes every year. You see the Dolphins came with a nice little scheme this year, but guys going to figure it out. Coach is going to figure it out. There's nothing that you may have something that a guy has never seen, but over time, guys going to figure it out and learn how to stop it, which, guys have. But defense is always going to be a catalyst for winning games, winning championships.
Yeah, so the safety position since you were drafted in 2017 has really changed a lot. You're not seeing as many Earl Thomas types as much. You're seeing like Honey Badger types, hybrid guys that can play everywhere, roaming around. So how has it changed for you, even switching different teams and different coordinators in your career?
Early on in my career, I was more of I played single high safety. So I was, I think our DC was Chris Shaw, who came from Seattle. And so we ran that Seattle cover 3, which was single high safety with out of post. Nowadays, you have more so, like I said, the 2 high shell looks where sometimes a lot of times the safeties have to cover. Safety have to cover slot guys, has to cover not just tight ends, but some of their best. So you have to be able to play man to play some slot coverage and run with those. See just a safety that can on in the middle. Defenses don't just prefer a guy that play in the middle because that limits them. They prefer a safety that can kind of do it all.
We are talking to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods. Now, Xavier, last season was crazy for the Carolina Panthers, and Bryce Young was drafted. He was the number. Yeah, Bryce Young. I said Bryce Hall because I'm a Jet fan, but that's not saying much. But I got to laugh at it because I am a Jet fan. But Bryce Young was drafted last year. Yeah, tough isn't the word. Being tough is being a Jet fan, because being a Jet fan, you've watched 50 some odd years of bad football. And I wasn't even alive for 50 years. I've only been alive for 40. So every single year I've watched terrible football after terrible football after terrible football. And it doesn't matter who my quarterback is. We get one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time on our team. And in 4 plays, he's out for the season. So let's not talk about the Jets. I want to throw on. Let's get into the Carolina Panthers right now. Bryce Young was drafted, and obviously your Carolina Panthers moved up to get him. And there was a lot of questions with the CJ Stroud thing. And CJ Stroud became one of the best young quarterbacks we've seen in a very long time, since Andrew Luck, when you look at his numbers. And Bryce Young is looked at now is tailing right behind CJ Stroud. He's tailing behind all the other quarterbacks that he was drafted before. Now, you look at his development, and you lose a coach, you lose Frank Wright in the middle of the season, and now you have a new coach, a new offense, a new defense. What are your thoughts on the reason why it didn't work out with Frank Wright last year?
I would say the big thing was we were just not good, not a good team, not a good offense. And I can't speak specifically for them because I wasn't in their meetings, but it was just how Bryce was doing and how he was getting just sacked, and it just didn't look good. And so I think everyone's seen that. Maybe they should have, waited a little bit longer, but that's not my call, But I think guys just didn't see any improvement week to week. I think that's really what it was. It wasn't any improvement week to week. And so whether that be just on the coaches or just the players, because players have to take accountability as well. And, we couldn't protect, and it was hard. It was hard for Bryce back there, and so it wasn't any improvement week to week. So I think that's why Tepper made that call.
What type of coach was Frank Wright? I mean, he looked like a very happy coach. He was one of the best offensive minds. We've seen him as an offensive coordinator, very successful in the league. It was a shame what happened in Indianapolis. And now he goes over there after the year after that. He goes over there. He starts with a new team. It looked like everything was working. I watched your preseason and your practices. I watched your OTAs. As I watched I watched it on YouTube. I got a chance to know some of your young players. What was it? What type of coach was Frank Wright?
He was a big delegator. I would say that he was a big delegator. And so he had assistant coaches. You had an assistant head coach, which was Deuce. And then he had defensive guys. He would come talk to the defense once a week. Have team meetings, of course, but he would delegate things, if something big needed to be said, or something big needed to be done. Well, not big, but some real small need to be done. Assistant head coach would come and talk to us, but he was definitely a delegator. He was more hands-on with the offense, of course. So just me personally, I didn't really get to spend a lot of time with him or talk to him a lot, I would say. That's like one-on-one. So But he was definitely a good guy. He was definitely a good coach. I can say nothing bad about him. He was just more so a delegator, and I didn't really get to spend a lot of time talking to him outside of like team settings.
So from the player perspective, what is it like having to deal with all the coaching drama that the Panthers did, and they did it year before too, with Matt Rule firing the way he did in the middle of the season, and still to pay him. And in Dallas, you dealt with it too. Jason Garrett got fired. They brought in Mike McCarthy as well. So what is it like? What is it like dealing with that as a player, especially somebody extremists like the Carolina Panthers did?
I would say having a coach get fired after the season, you kind of feel like a little blame, as far as JG. Well, he had been there for, I want to say, about 10 years. We made the playoffs when I was there 1 year, and then we just had a year of not making it. So you feel a little blame. And then, but I mean, sometimes the time runs its course, and then just having a coach fired during the season was a lot different. And then having it back to back was kind of a deja vu. So the first year it was kind of weird, but we was excited when Woods became the intern, and you could kind of tell how the guys played and whatnot. And then the second year, it was kind of deja vu, man. So at that point in time, I was just like, it is what it is. I didn't see it before, so hopefully we could win some ball games from this point on. But that didn't happen, so it was kind of let's just.
Don't worry, Xavier. I'm a Jet fan. I know all about it. I know all about it. From coach to coach, GM to GM.
Yeah.
We always have the same owners, so it always winds up with Woody Johnson.
Can't fire herself.
No, unfortunately, she could. But hey,
Jason Garrett wouldn't have had a job as long as he did if Jerry Jones wasn't there.
We are talking to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods. Xavier. You have a new coach, and I love the hire. Dave Canales is a guy that really rebuilt Baker Mayfield's career. He changed everything over there in Tampa. Offensively, they played so very well. Mike Evans, Baker Mayfield. What type of coach is he? Has he reached out to you since he's been hired? And what do you expect from him moving forward this season?
I haven't talked to him. I haven't talked to him yet. I think we're supposed to go in the next 2 or 3 weeks. I think 3 weeks go in. But I definitely expect improvement. Just we got all the defensive coaches back, and so hopefully we could just keep building on what we did last year, and just offensively. I definitely think that Bryce is going to take the next step with Coach Dave, and just the offense, just the pieces that they brought in, the 2 guards. Man, I think Bryce is happy about that. I haven't spoken to him, but I definitely think he's happy about that. Hopefully he can get some protection back there. They brought in another weapon for Bryce. So, man, I definitely think Bryce is going to take that next step. And Dave has a track record of, what he did with Geno, how he worked with Russ, and then what he did with Baker was just tremendous. And that offense was very good because, of course, we played them twice. So I kind of seen what that offense was working with.
So 2 quarterbacks that you played with has had interesting offseason sagas. Kirk Cousins, who got the big contract from the Falcons last week, and also Dak Prescott, who Jerry Jones says he wants to make the highest paid quarterback. So what were they like playing with them, and what are your thoughts on the way these teams have handled these quarterback situations?
I expect nothing less from Dallas. Nothing really surprises me with them. I would say Dak was a heck of a teammate, heck of a leader. And then with Kirk, that surprised me because you don't see quarterbacks openly leave a team they have been with. You see like the Russ situation where a team will cut a guy or release a guy, but not necessarily a quarterback leaving a team they've been with. What I would say 4 or 5 years, or maybe even longer, and to go into another team. So that was kind of surprising. Definitely surprising. Definitely. But I mean, Kirk does have ties to Atlanta, so I would say if he did leave, I kind of thought it would be Atlanta.
It's so funny, and we talk about so many good corners in this league, and so many safeties, and safety is not a primary paying position right now in the NFL. At least that's what everybody thinks, and that's why there's so many great safeties that are available, except one, Jamal Adams. I can't stand him, but that's just me. All right, and I know you might be friends with him.
You're a Jets fan.
Yeah, well, that has nothing to do with it. I know Jamal from different events that I've met him
got
at. So I know him a little bit. Okay. I'm
Uh-huh.
not his best friend. You probably know him better than I do.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jamal's
But
cool with me. Jamal.
all
Cool.
right. Give him a pound. Here, I'll do it. I'll pretend I'm him. Okay. I'll give you a pound. There we go. There we go, Xavier. Yeah. But anyways, I believe safety is such an important position, and I think it's so devalued. And you look at the running back position over the last 2 seasons, the owners and the GMs right now in the league has devalued all these great running backs: Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, and you've played with some really good running backs over the last couple of years. Why do you think the safety position and the running back position is so devalued when it comes to the NFL?
I spoke to my agent, who's a big time agent, and he has all this. He has all the safety contracts, being David Muir together with Athletes First, and and it's ironic that you said that you compared the two, because he definitely said they're trying to make safeties like running backs, and I think GMs and owners, coaches don't think this, but GM and owners kind of think that safety can kind of be an interchangeable role. Anyone can come in and play it. Anyone can come in and they can put into a scheme to play safety, which isn't true. It isn't true at all, and that's why you still see the top tier safety still getting paid, because they difference makers. Especially when you have a difference maker back there, a playmaker back there, he's going to get paid. And that's why you see, the playmaker running backs, the difference maker running backs, they still get paid. And so if you're not on that top tier, second tier, then you're going to kind of get the average. You're going to kind of get low ball than what you think, or the average pay. And that's kind of how the running backs is as well. I think the running backs kind of different because, they don't have a long history, people want to say. But I definitely think that you hit right on the nail comparing the two, running backs and safeties.
Maybe I should be a GM. Maybe I should be hired. Maybe the Carolina Panthers, if they decide to part ways with their assistant GMs or some of their executives, just reach out to me, okay? You could pitch me, man. I'll help you out.
I got you.
You just say, this guy's not a big fan of Jamal Adams, but that's okay. That's okay. He knows the game. He can give you guys tips that you wouldn't even have. Dave Canales, I would have hired Dave Canales. After what he did with Baker Mayfield, as a matter of fact, it's pretty amazing. By the way, we are talking to Carolina Panther safety Xavier Woods. Xavier, I've watched the NFL my whole life, and the game has transitioned so much from what it was with Peyton Manning and obviously Tom Brady, Drew Brees. And even before that, when you look at the quarterback play and all that bunch of crap that we've seen in those years, but it's become more of an offensive game. And again, the rules have changed and everything. What to you has changed from college, what you've seen in a college game when you were playing, to now in the NFL?
Yeah, it ain't no defense in college. College is an offensive game. It's more so a defense. Let's get a stop at some point. At some point, we gotta get a stop. So that's kind of where it's been. It's not even a bend but don't break. It's a break, and then bend at an important moment. Yeah,
it's so funny when I wanted to ask you that question, because I've asked a lot of ex-NFL players and even NFL players in the game, well, what's the difference? I go from the past, and then all of a sudden I flip it and I say, you know what? Well, what was
Bama's
the
giving up 40 points, and so there's no defense in college.
I honestly, that's what the NFL is trying to transition into. They want to make the game more offense. Why?
It's more. It's harder. It's harder, I would say, because of course the speed, but the skill talent isn't a wide variance between team to team. It's the same, and so it just comes down to X's and O's. Who can execute, who can't. So that's kind of a big deal. It's kind of like a big factor in college. Sometimes the skill talent is crazy from team to team. Some teams have 4 stars, and another team has 2 and 1 stars, which there's no knock on them. But at some point, that time's going to override a little bit.
So we actually had two of your teammates on the show. One current teammate of yours with the Carolina Panthers, Chris Wormley, who was us on our show a couple weeks ago, and then Tyrone Crawford, who was your teammate in Dallas for a while. Yep. What were those two guys like?
Big Warren was working back from an injury this year, so we were just excited just to get him back for a few games toward the end of the season. But we did some rehab together because I strained my hammy, so we did some rehab stuff together. Was cool, and Tyrone, he was a character. He's a character, but he was laid back. He was just chill, and so man, I think he had a heck of a career with Dallas, and he was just a heck of a player too as well, and a heck of a friend.
Well, we had him laughing the whole time. He couldn't believe. He says this is the craziest show I've ever been on. So we're trying to keep it, PG-13. We want to go too, crazy with you. We want you.
We did fine with that. It was a matter of Sean.
Yeah, well, Sean too. But we want you to come back on the show. We don't want to scare you completely away because we are a little nutty. But I want to tell you what I'm going to be doing tonight, and I have a couple more questions. Before the show is over, I have made a dare to myself, and I want to be put into the Guinness Book of World Records. Okay. Nobody's ever done this, and I am going to do it, even though every single report on Google tells me I shouldn't. Okay. I have Icy Hot right here, my friend. Icy Hot cream. Okay. What I am going to do tonight is something nobody has ever done before. I am going to put Icy Hot cream, extra strength, baby.
Oh, extra.
On my genitals, okay?
I've done
on my genitals.
Or not on purpose. Not on purpose, but it's definitely a sensation.
Oh, it's going to be a sensation. 15 minutes, baby. I'm breaking
that's the world record.
There is no record.
Allegedly, there's no record.
There is no record. So
nobody's crazy enough to do it.
Nobody's crazy enough to do it. So I'm going to be crazy enough to do it. And nobody's going to break that.
Can you put it on and then sit by a fan? Can you do that?
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to cheat here. I'm not going to show. Listen, I'm going to stand up in the cameras. I'm going to take. You're going to see the cream, and I'm going to rub my genitals. Okay, I'm going to rub them, and then I'm going to sit here for 15 minutes. We're going to start a clock. Okay, there's going to be a clock.
Are you going to do it on the broadcast?
On the broadcast, I am going to sit here doing a show as I explain to all the fans out there what type of feeling I am having, okay, from each chapter to the end of the 15 minutes. And whatever it is, I am probably going to be bursting and crying by the end of this. But
it's definitely weird. Cold, hot, yeah. Like I said, I don't do it on purpose. It's more so, kind of rub your thighs and your hammies, and you put your tights on, and the tights, yeah. So it's kind of a weird sensation. I've never thought to do it, for the Guinness record. So
Guinness Book of World, where I call it the Guinness, not the Guinness. I call it the Guinness because I'm gonna gain traction, baby. I'm gonna gain traction. Icy Hot, baby. On my genitals, kiss my ass. Anyways, we were talking Carolina. No, Speedy is not going to do it. God, no. Speedy don't have the balls. I've got the balls. I got one nut bigger than the other, so I'm going to put on the biggest nut. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So if I lose anything out of it, at least I have half a nut to work with.
But I mean, though, so you're in the office.
We're in a studio.
It's kind of like. So once you put it on, it's kind of like you kind of stuck.
No, I'm gonna be.
There's
stuck.
no shower.
Oh my God! Don't mention this to me, please.
So,
I'm going to be in no pain.
I mean, you might break it no matter what.
Hey, listen. It is going to be an interesting feeling. But by the way, I have a question for you because this is a really good question. Who is the dirtiest player you've ever played against?
Can
I take a guess?
You guess, yes. You might surprise me.
The dirtiest player you've ever played against. So it has to be an offensive player. So, and you're a safety, so you got running backs, and I'm looking at some running backs. There could be some dirty running backs, but I'm not going to predict that. I think there are a lot of wide receivers that have big mouths, okay? I'm going to say Jamar Chase. What do you think?
I've only played Jamar once, and that was when he was first game of his rookie year. So, oh no.
So it's not Jamar Chase.
Not Jamar. I mean, haven't really played anybody like dirty. I think offensive linemen are dirty that come and try to run. I like when the running back is down the field or receiver down the field and he's kind of wrapped up and then the lineman comes and try to push the pile. I think that's kind of – I think they should take that out the game, but it's probably not happening because they can score points with that. So
you can call out any of the Eagles offensive linemen. We don't mind.
Every does it, and they're coached to do it, and that's what's crazy to me because it could literally like hurt a guy. So a guy's back to you and you're running, bulldozing him in the back. That's kind of crazy, but
just so you know, Xavier Woods, I just want to let you know that we have another ex-NFL player that actually joins us every single Wednesday to host the show, and that's Sean Smith, defensive tackle. And you want to talk about dirty? This man tries to play me dirty on this show, and I just give it to him. I don't know what he did when he played in the NFL, but this man tries to go at me. We go, mano a mano, and I just give it to him. Right, Speedy? Do I not give it to him?
Oh, you do.
I give it to him because personality always wins in argument. And by the way, he's 300. He's 336 pounds. I'm about 230. I'm not no puny, middleman over here. But this man has told me, I'm just letting you know this. He hasn't been in the NFL for over 10 years. And this man told me he could beat me in a 40 in a race. Okay. He's 336 pounds. He's a year older than me, and I'm in pretty good shape. I don't know, man. He also told me he benches 500 pounds. Do you believe this?
Oh, yeah. Yes.
You do? Yeah. Oh, Sean, you got a fan over here. You got a fan.
All right, I'll hit the ground.
If he's still in shape, he got that old man strength. Yeah, he's in the gym. Because at this point, he probably just bodybuilding. So, yeah.
He's not bodybuilding. He's
probably just going in there. I'm gonna do shoulders on Monday. I'm gonna do chest on Tuesday and legs on Wednesday. That's what I call bodybuilding. So that's probably what he's doing.
The only thing he's bodybuilding is Dunkin' Donuts. Okay.
Take shot. That's a specialty.
He's got big donuts.
That helps towards his bench.
Well, I have a bet with Anthony Wright, and I have a bet with him and Sean Smith that I could actually bench. The other day, I was at 29:30, 225, 29:30 times. They don't believe me, and I said, listen, I'm pretty strong. I do over 3,000 push-ups every single week. I do this every single week, like clockwork. You know where I learned this from? By the way, Herschel Walker, who did this. He never worked out in the gym, but he did calisthenics. So I kind of read some of the things that he was doing. So I do the same thing he does, and I work out at the gym. So they don't believe me. So I said, listen, I will fly over to Charlotte, and I will prove it to you guys. But if I win, what are you going to give me? And they told me first, Anthony Wright, this is a guy that's made millions of dollars. He told me he'd give me 500. And I said, $500? I could do that at any cost. Give me some more. He says, 2,000. I said, how about 10 grand? He says, no way. I said, okay, give me that Super Bowl ring. I'll make that deal with you. And he says, not a chance in hell. So you do believe I can lift 225 pounds 30 times? He says, I guess, whatever. I say, oh, you don't want to give me $10,000. You want to give me a ring. What are you going to give me? So, you know what? I'm disturbed. I'm disturbed from you, well, not you. All these ex-NFL players that just don't trust me.
29 times?
29 times.
I want to do that. I want to do that too.
Oh, so, yeah. You got some money on it? You got some 29. Money on it? What do you got? What do you got? Come on, raise some money from the NFL.
Money on it? I just want to see, because if you could do that, yeah, that's.
What, are you going to get me hired? What are you going to do? I could be your trainer, man. Because
you can be a trainer. You could lift 225 29 times. Yeah.
Oh, All right.
He can be in attendance. You said you're doing it in North Carolina anyway. He's right. You're doing near the team facility.
All right. All right. So you're going to hire me. You can hire me to work with the Carolina Panthers. There you go. You can say,
Yep.
I'm going to get you a job. If I could do 29 times,
Straight.
225. Straight.
Without rack.
Straight.
Okay.
Without racking, baby. Right off the chest, baby. Right off the chest.
Okay. Full reps or half? We're doing full or halves. Okay.
Full reps. Full
You know.
reps. What do you think? Listen, I don't have big arms.
Hey, man, I've
like-
seen some bodybuilders. You know, they be half. They be baby.
Listen, first of all, I
gotta
I
lock
don't
it
do
out.
I don't do any
Out.
creatine. I don't do any whey. I don't do any protein. I don't do steroids. I don't do it. By the way, Sean tries to do this. He tries to play this steroid thing. Oh, Jersey Shore. Yeah, okay. I'm nothing like those guys. I am a natural guy that just likes to work out, and I know how to condition myself. And if I could do 3,000 push-ups a week, and that's 230 pounds, 232 pounds, that I could put up 3,000 times a week, and I could go onto the bench and I can do 225, 29 to 30. I did 30 times the other day, so I could do it. So I absolutely could do it anytime. So you don't want to bet any money. So the deal is, if I could do it and I could prove that I can do it, you will hire me as a trainer.
Yep. So I need to know how you did that, and I need to be able to do that.
All right, I can help you. What could you lift? 225. How much you could do? How many times could you rep up 225?
When I did it during the combine, I think I did 19. Now,
19.
yeah, I couldn't do 19 now. I did 10. It was a struggle.
Oh man, I can help you. How much you weigh?
Now 205.
Oh, I can help you.
29.
I could definitely help you. You won't go to 29 right away. I could get you to 20 in 3-4 months. You could be pumping up 20.
Like
Absolutely.
I did it before, but that was 21-year-old ex coming out of college when they was.
Just so you know, I went to school for personal training, so I know how to condition myself, and I know what it takes to get my my muscle and my ligaments and my joints to work at the same time. So I understand what I need to do and how I need to train myself. And it with you as a professional football player, it's all about training yourself the way you eat. I don't really do that because I'm not a professional athlete, but I understand what it takes to get to that point. And how many pull-ups could you do?
Consecutive?
Yeah.
I know I could do 20. I haven't maxed out really.
Push-ups without stopping.
My stuff is that's kind of past me at this point.
Come on, man. You're what, 28 years old? Get out of here.
I don't like back squat. Once I get to a certain point, once I get to about 400, I start hearing my back creak a little bit. So that's the farthest I go.
How many push-ups could you do without stopping?
I would say 60.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
I could do
100. I could do 120.
So, I want to get some.
I can help you. I can actually help you with this. I can actually help you. Believe it or not, I've worked with some athletes, basketball players and some hockey players. I can help you. Strength-wise, I can absolutely get you where you need to be. 100%.
Right, I need to get to
100.
We'll
talk. We will talk. We will talk. We will reach out to you. But before we let you go, Speedy, Xavier, and I know I was going to give Speedy a chance to ask you a question before this. Speedy has. I'm sorry?
What's Speedy's background? Is that City Field?
Yes, it is. I am a suffering Mets fan for giving $131 million to combined players and trading them all at the trade deadline.
Xavier, we're just exhausted New York fans, okay? We're exhausted. I mean, look at the teams that we have. Besides the Knicks, that we have Jalen Brunson and actually playing well, and maybe the Rangers, maybe the Rangers, everybody else stinks. I mean, the Yankees, we expect them to be good with Juan Soto. We expect them to be good, hopefully a healthy Aaron Judge. But now Garrett Cole is out for a significant amount of time. So I have my own thoughts to this. But nevertheless, what do we have to cheer for? I mean, we have the Jets and the Giants. We even have the Buffalo Bills.
And we even have the Brooklyn Nets.
Oh, yeah, bro. Yeah. But I think the Jets are going to do. I think we're going to be a happy fan this year.
I think we'll be a happy fan if Aaron Rodgers stays healthy. And stop with this. By the way, I heard something that Aaron Rodgers is inviting Jersey Shore, all the guys, all the people from Jersey Shore to come watch a game.
Don't tell Sean.
I mean, what is he doing? He likes the show. He's ruining me here. He's ruining me. I stand up for this guy.
Maybe Sean paid him off.
These guys to come and watch him play football. Come on, Aaron. What is wrong with you, man?
Sean must have paid him off.
He must have done something. I mean, maybe he sent him a box of Twinkies. I mean, seriously. A carton of ice cream. We love Sean, by the way. I'm just messing around with him. He likes to go back and forth with me, Xavier, and unfortunately, he's not on the show tonight. So if he was, we'd probably go back and forth. You'd probably say, "Oh my God, this is crazy." But yeah, this is what happens on the show. But Xavier, we hope you have a fantastic season. We'd love to get you on in the middle of the season when you have your break. And see how you're doing and see how the team is doing. Let's be in touch. I can help you, man. I can honestly help your strength and conditioning 100%.
Yeah, we're gonna get to those 100 push-ups. So I need to know how we can get to that consecutive. Yeah.
Very, very easy. And I'm gonna tell you how. I'll tell you how I do it. So we will talk. 100%. Speedy will get me. Reach out to Speedy. Give Speedy your number. If Speedy doesn't have your number, and we'll talk.
All right, perfect. And I definitely during the season. Hopefully, we win all games then.
Well, tell Bryce Hall. I keep saying Bryce. Bryce.
Maybe Bryce Hall will sign with the Carolina Panthers.
Maybe
now
he's not signed, but Bryce.
I don't think so.
You know what it is Bryce. They're all. We have all these Bryces and Breeces on our team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but tell Bryce Young. Okay, I'm going to give him some tips here.
All right.
If somebody is blitzing on you, just drop to the ground. Do not run outside of the pocket. If you run outside of the pocket, they're going to kill you. You weigh 160 pounds soaking wet. Drop to the floor and play another day. I mean,
don't run 10 yards backwards.
Oh my God! Don't mention that guy's name. Don't mention that guy's name. He's probably going to be your backup quarterback in the very near future.
The Panthers can't possibly chance going up for another X-Jet.
Well, be careful. Just be careful. If he does get traded, Zach Wilson does get traded to the Carolina Panthers. If you have a wife, keep your wife's best friends away from him. Keep them away from him. Because for some reason, he likes those older women. So I'm just letting you know that. Oh, your mother. You keep your mother's best friends away from him, too, because he likes that, too. Anyways, we really appreciate the time, as always. Keep up the good work. We will be in touch. We will definitely be in touch. And fantastic interview. Thank you for your time, my friend.
Appreciate you guys having me. I look forward to coming back, too.
Absolutely. We were just talking to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods. He's fantastic. Great personality. I can help him with his strength and conditioning. You know, today has just been crazy. You know what it is? My stuttering for this. This is what I have to deal with. In about an hour from now, Errol Marks will be fiddling with his polka dots, or whatever you want to call them, his genital, as he will be hot and ready to roll with some icy hot, baby. It's going to be fun.
That'll be good for your 3 new jobs that you're going to allegedly have. You're apparently going to be the agent of these 2 Panthers, Xavier Woods and Chris Wormley. You're going to be the post game guy in Minnesota with our friend Pete Bursick, and now you're going to be Xavier Woods' personal trainer. So it'll be great for all the new job descriptions.
I didn't say his personal trainer. I said I would help him. I can absolutely help his strength and conditioning. There's no question in my mind I can help him. So if he gives me an opportunity, I will give him some information. I'll even fly down to Carolina and help him out. Absolutely could do it. And I could prove to him if he can only put 225 10 times. I mean, I could be a professional football player. Jesus. I mean, I'm that much stronger than some of these guys. I'll be, Speedy, you'll be doing what, you don't have to lift. You could just pull,
I'm not going to do anything.
You could just pull.
I'm not involved.
You could pull.
I'm not involved.
Pull the trigger, ladies.
Am I going to shoot somebody? What
well,
about practical bursts?
After you're done, you might.
I'm not practical bursts.
Several NFL draft insiders report that many teams view Malik Nabers as the number one wide receiver prospect in the draft ahead of Marvin Harrison Jr. Despite being smaller at 6'1" and 188 pounds, Nabers' speed is the best they have seen in the position in a while. Nabers had 89 catches for 1,569 yards and 14 touchdowns last season. Harrison did not participate in Ohio State's pro day and refused to speak to the media during his time at the combine. NFL Network's Daniel Jeremiah says that the teams do not view Harrison as the can't miss prospect that was originally thought of at the start of the college football season. Harrison is still the betting favorite to be drafted as the first wide receiver off the board at -800. If you were Marvin Harrison Jr., would you do your pro day? Honestly, I've watched different things on YouTube. All these, he's massively fast. He's massively gifted like his father. He can jump. He can catch. To me, he is the best wide receiver in this class. And the fact that people don't think that he is, this is great for the New York Jets. I mean, if he falls and he drops to 5, and for some reason the Chargers want to trade out of that pick from 5 to 10, I mean, I would oblige him. I mean, I would. I take Marvin Harrison on our team. I mean, he's from Ohio State. He plays on Ohio State Buckeyes. He'll play with Garrett Wilson, who's a Buckeye. It would all make sense, ladies and gentlemen, but it's not going to happen. Marvin Harrison Jr. is the best wide receiver in this class. It's not even a question. Now, Malik Nabers is going to be a sensational player. We see Jamar Chase. He's practically the same size as Jamar Chase, 6 foot, 6'1". Jamar Chase, when he came out of college, was about 185 pounds. Malik Nabers is 188 pounds. These guys are built the same way, can run the routes. I don't know how good Malik is going to fill in as a wide receiver in the league, but we've seen wide receivers as they grow in the NFL, they fill in. We look at Marvin Harrison Jr., he is filled in. This guy is over 6'2", 6'3". He can run the 40 in 4.4. There's no question that he can. I absolutely believe it. This guy has the best hands in this draft. He has the best hands. And so explosive. Very, very explosive. We all know who his father was. We all know he's a Hall of Famer. We all know who he played with in Peyton Manning. We all know what type of player Marvin Harrison Jr. could become if he goes to the right team and the right organization and the right quarterback. When you look at this situation and you hear Daniel Jeremiah and all these different writers, they're all getting involved. It's a story. It absolutely is a story that Marvin Harrison Jr. did not really do anything at the combine, did not do anything on his pro day, and still believes he's a top 5 player. I'm telling you right now, whoever passes up on Marvin Harrison Jr. is making a huge mistake. A huge mistake. And if he falls out of the top 5 and he falls to the New York Giants, which he will, okay, there's no doubt in my mind the New York Giants will draft Marvin Harrison Jr. and get an absolute steal at number 6.
If the Giants draft J.J. McCarthy over Marvin Harrison Jr., I might have to go in your closet for the rest of the show if that ends up happening.
Are you coming out of the closet?
No, I will not come out because I might be like.
So when are you coming out of the closet?
I might be. I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, well, you might be. Okay.
Nevertheless,
I figured.
You wonder also too if this kind of thinking of Marvin Harrison has nothing to prove might be a ploy to make those other teams overthink too. It's not him saying, "Oh, I'm not going to go. I'm going to refuse to be drafted by this team or that team." Like we've heard Jay Daniels executives this offseason. Apparently, he doesn't want to get drafted by the Patriots. Whatever. I don't think you're doing that vocally, but inadvertently he might be. You wonder because Arizona drafts very weird. They were one of the strangest teams drafting in the first round. I duped in Isaiah Simmons as a lot of people did, but he did not turn out to work out there. But a lot of their other picks besides Kyler Murray have been very unconventional. Then you look at the Giants. I mean, they're unconventional galore with everything they do in the first round. The Patriots, we have to see if they go with quarterback or they trade back. There's rumors they could trade back if they get the right price. And then there's the Chargers, who are the ultimate wild card. So you wonder if he's trying to avoid those kinds of quote unquote dysfunctional organizations at this point. And he doesn't care that his stock is falling. Now, as we discussed many times with Jeff, the number 1 pick gets paid the most, and then 2 through 8, I think, is the next range of the rookie contracts you're going to get. So that's the risk you run if that's what you're intent to do. But I don't think he's going to fall out of the top 8. I can't imagine him doing that.
If he falls out of the top 8, I would be absolutely shocked.
Yeah.
I would be shocked if he falls out of the top 8. He's definitely not. If he falls to the Giants, he's going to get drafted at 6. There's no question. This guy is lightning fast, and I don't care what he can run at the combine. I don't care if he can run his 40, as we've seen many different players, including Brown, run a 40 and not really transition into the NFL. It doesn't always work because you have speed. You're going to fill in and be a great NFL player. It doesn't usually happen that way. You have to earn your respect. And I'm going to tell you this right now. I watched this guy play college football. This guy is unbelievable. He can see the field better than any wide receiver in this class. I'm speaking the truth here. I like Malik Nabers. I think Malik Nabers is going to be a sensational player. I think Anunoby is going to be a sensational player. I think this is one of the best wide receiving classes we've seen in a very long time. There's going to be at least 4 to 5 Pro Bowl players, maybe 2 all-pro wide receivers in this class. And you have a great tight end in Bowers. We'll see where he goes. I'm not a big fan of his, but who knows? He'll wind up going to the Jets, knowing my luck. That's where he'll go. But again, you look at the whole Marvin Harrison Jr. thing, and I understand it is a story. I don't think it's that big of a story. I think he wants to fall in this draft. I do believe he wants to fall in this class because he wants to go to a specific team. Now, I don't know what that specific team is, but the Chargers, if Arizona passes up on him, and it looks like the top 3 picks are going to be quarterback. It seems like it's going to be that way. Caleb Williams is probably going 1. May is probably going 2. Daniels will probably go 3. And we thought Marvin Harrison Jr. would go 4. Now it looks like it could be Malik Nabers. At 5, I think the Chargers are going after an offensive lineman.
They should. Yeah.
That's what I think they're going to do. So at 6, with the New York Giants, I could absolutely see Marvin Harrison Jr. falling to the New York Giants and going 6 to the Giants. I can absolutely see it now. He's not doing his pro day. It makes a lot of sense. He goes to New York. He's the next big superstar here in New York. The last one to do it is Odell Beckham. The Giants have been craving for a superstar wide receiver. They will get one. It makes a lot of sense. I don't think he wants to play in Arizona. Who wants to play in Arizona? Okay. Nobody wants to play in Arizona. So, and nobody really wants to play for the Chargers either, even with Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert. He would love to come to the East Coast. He grew up over here. His father is from the Philadelphia area in Marvin Harrison Sr. He did play in Indianapolis, but he grew up here. And I could see him coming to New York and being a successful wide receiver for the New York Giants.
Right. And you look at these prospects that we talk about being these generational talents. And while yeah, maybe the value of him, of what is perceived at the beginning of the season, was down from where it was, that was because of nagging injuries. It wasn't because of anything he did significantly skill set wise. Like, yeah, okay, he had some drops against Michigan. Michigan also had a really good defense. I don't like NFL draft analysts that blame everything on one game for ruining a guy's prospect. And Marvin Harrison Jr. is probably the best receiving prospect we've seen probably since Julio Jones at this point. Like, you could say, all right, yeah, Jamar Chase was a great wide receiver prospect when he came out. Yeah, CeeDee Lamb we were talking about. But Marvin Harrison has the complete package of everything, and he's bigger than his father was out of college.
Much bigger.
Yeah.
Like 3 inches.
Right. So that alleviates it even further, where I don't think any team that's drafting in that middle of that top 10, 4 through anywhere really, should just overthink all this process. Now I like Nabers too. Nabers is really fast. He's a good route runner. I think he'll be better than a lot of these speed demon guys that are like these combine gurus. He's a good polished player. He's definitely going to be a Pro Bowl type wide receiver.
It is crazy that they think that Marvin Harrison Jr. is not going to be the first wide receiver off the board.
Yeah.
It is crazy how he's fallen off. And Malik Nabers has won everybody's hearts. I understand he's fast. I understand he's great. He's a great deep threat. There's a lot of questions to his route running. Okay. We've seen him in LSU. We see how fast he is. Is he going to be an every down wide receiver? That's the question. Some people think Malik Nabers is more of a slot wide receiver because of his size. He's got to prove himself in the NFL. Marvin Harrison Jr., with his size and his ability and his strength, this guy could be as explosive as any wide receiver we've seen come out of the draft since Julio Jones. Mm-hmm. Really, it's really unbelievable. Even when you look at Justin Jefferson, and you look at the size and look at his ability, I don't think Justin Jefferson has the speed and the whole package this guy has. This guy could be the best wide receiver in the league in the next 2 years.
Right. Justin Jefferson was not thought of in terms of the athletic grades pre-draft as the can't miss wide receiver prospect. We think of that as Julio Jones. I think Mike Evans was kind of thought of that way out of his draft. There are not many of them. Amari Cooper maybe a little bit, but even so, Julio Jones was the biggest one we've probably seen in a while, and now Marvin Harrison has taken that title for really the last 2 years. He's had all this hype going with him. Garrett Wilson got drafted, and Olave got drafted. Is really his time to shine after that the next 2 years, and his production on the field speaks for itself. He was a finalist for the Heisman, a quarterback award most of the time, besides Devontae Smith the 1 year, and that's how good he was consistency wise in a tough Big Ten. Like I said, he struggled against Michigan, okay, but again, you can't label one game to deter somebody.
It's crazy.
Malik Nabers has probably had some bad games too, and you're going to deter that.
It's crazy. I understand Malik Nabers was. When it came to numbers, he was the best in the country when it came to numbers. But the best wide receiver in the country for the last 2 years has been Marvin Harrison Jr. And he was, even as a freshman, everybody was predominantly saying that he was the number one pick in that year's draft when he was going to come out. Right. Now he's going to fall because the quarterback situation. But he could be the best player in this year's class. And he probably is the best player in this class. But, of course, people are going to pass up on him because writers are saying it and analysts are saying it. I wonder what Mel Kiper believes he's going to fall to now.
The Arizona Cardinals weird draft pattern says it.
He's going to fall to number 12 or 13. It's ridiculous. This guy is one of the best wide receivers I've seen in a very, very long time. It doesn't make sense. And I'm going to tell you right now, the Giants are licking their lips because if Arizona passes up on him, there is no way the Chargers are drafting a wide receiver at number 5. They need offensive line help, or they're going to go after Bowers because Bowers is the tight end that everybody keeps saying is a must hit. So I do not see Marvin Harrison Jr. going to the Chargers. I think the Giants win. They get Marvin Harrison Jr. at 6.
Jim Harbaugh.
It's ridiculous.
Jim Harbaugh can't draft an Ohio State
Before
player.
we get into the next story, I want to bring Fish in. He is a Giant fan. Fish, what are your thoughts if Marvin Harrison Jr. falls to your New York Giants?
I mean, that would be the greatest thing possible that could happen in this draft. I can't stress enough how much I think he's the best receiver in this draft. You look at Nabers. He's more, like we were talking about yesterday's show, he's more of that Z Tyreek Hill type of a receiver. Not exactly slot, but he's going to be, a flanker, as they used to call it. And he's going to be more a move guy. He's going to be more based on speed than route running. But, obviously he's great in the college level. And he makes some catches that are good catch radius. I mean, he's a great player. But are we just, dumb? Do we not remember, this guy's college career, Marvin Harrison Jr.? Do we not remember his Hall of Fame father? And he has better physical tools than him. And he's got a pedigree being taught, learned from a guy who played with Peyton Manning, maybe the smartest quarterback of all time. This guy knows everything he needs to know at this point. There's no way he's not the best guy coming out. And if the Giants somehow, without having to trade up, I don't know how you do it. Now, I'm worried about a couple of things. I think Arizona's going to trade down because they need a lot.
They need a wide receiver, and, their coach needs to win this year. Gannon needs to win this year. He can't go into another season where he's not going. Kyler Murray is going to be 100% healthy. They have no wide receivers. They need a wide receiver. They need a playmaker. I do not see them trading down. I see them drafting at 4. They need a big-time playmaker. And everybody keeps saying now that Malik Nabers seems like the guy that they're looking at.
If it is Nabers, great. Go for it, man. Go take him. Harbaugh, I can't see him taking an Ohio State guy. That would make for great, fun during the draft. If he does that at 5. I mean, they did get rid of Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. You would think because of that they need a receiver, but if you watch them try to block last year, Joe Alt's sitting right there, and that guy, is going to be a cornerstone left tackle for a decade, as they said. They said that about Evan Neal as well, but.
Who said that? I didn't say that.
It wasn't you. It was, the talking heads on the draft night.
He's going to suck. I said it. Alabama left tackle, not going to happen.
Well, we'll see what he
They
does at
moved him
left
to
guard
right
this
tackle.
year.
He wasn't even a left tackle. They moved him on the right side. He couldn't stop a nosebleed.
Yeah, just have him play left guard this year, for the love of God.
He can't figure out how to do stuff that I teach 14-year-olds how to stop, which is just a simple, tackle and twisting stunt. Well, it doesn't matter which one goes first. Just pass it off and communicate. And he did things that I've never seen a football player do. It was like he was like, I don't want to say lazy, but he's just like, that guy's going over there. Whatever. I'm not even going to open my mouth and tell the guard that they're switching. I just couldn't even believe some of the stuff he was doing. So the Giants are in that spot at 6 where there's a lot of receivers, but there's only a couple elite ones. Now, because there's a lot, maybe Rome Odunze slips. And he, no one's really saying, a couple people like him as much, in these mocks, and everyone's got their own opinions just to be different. But I would say he's probably below those two guys on most people's boards. If the Giants can trade back, say with the Vikings, who are being rumored to move up and have a second first-round pick, I would do that and take my chances at trying to get either Odunze at 11 if he falls that far, which not likely, but I believe Bowers might be there at that point. And then you just go for one of those second-round receivers like a Keon Coleman they're saying is going to be in the second round from Florida State, or guys of that nature.
Keon Coleman is going to be a first-round draft pick.
I'm hearing he might go third.
He's not
Third?
falling.
No, I never heard
that.
Keon Coleman is going to be a first-round draft pick. There's no doubt about it. He'll be a top 20 pick. If he falls out of the top 20, I would be very surprised. Surprised.
Apparently his numbers weren't great when he was running or something. He's a little slower, but he's a big, he obviously had a great career too. But he might be one of those Devontae Adams second-round type guys is what I'm hearing, even late second. But, those guys are great too. And if there's that many receivers in the draft, wouldn't you want to try to get, a guy of that range, maybe you hit it on the second round, and you haven't had a good tight end. Waller's going to go do some rap career, and instead of trying to catch passes, which he didn't do very well this year, to be fair. Maybe he should go to that rap career and open up like $7 million in cap space for the Giants to go get a safety. But, there's a lot of things they can do at 6. The one thing I don't want them to do is take J.J. McCarthy.
No.
Now, I can't see them taking the 4th quarterback at 6 when they did the Daniel Jones at 6 years ago, and it was an epic fail.
That's just a story. They're not drafting a quarterback at 6. They're not doing that. I'm sorry.
As long as it's not that, I'm going to be okay.
They're just selling that right now. I'm telling you right now, Marvin Harrison Jr. does not want to go to Arizona. He doesn't want to go to Arizona. And that's why he didn't do his pro day. His father probably said, don't do your pro day. Don't do your pro day. You fall a little bit and you go to a team or you go to a city you really want to go to where you could become an all-time superstar. And he knows the Giants are sitting there at 6. He knows it. If a team doesn't trade up at 5 with the Chargers, which I'm telling you, the Chargers are going to get calls. If Marvin Harrison Jr. falls to 5, the Giants better jump on that and move up to 5, because if they have a chance to get Marvin Harrison Jr., you jump on that. That guy's a game wrecker. He's a game changer. He can absolutely change the Giants. They're looking for a wide receiver. That they have their number 1 wide receiver. Now they can go and start searching for that number 2 and the number 3, and they have the guy that you can build around for the next 10, 15 years. He is fantastic. He's going to be a fantastic player. Longtime Patriots safety, Devin McCourty, commented on the Patriots Dynasty documentary, saying that he duped and he was duped and he felt it was too negative. McCourty also added in the documentary featured a slanted angle against Bill Belichick. Rodney Harrison also added that they made it seem like Belichick couldn't coach for the last 3 to 4 years. Harrison added that Belichick always believed in the underdog, mentioning him and Tom Brady as the primary examples. The positive impact that Belichick giving players like Corey Dillon and Randy Moss chances later in their careers were not mentioned. Meanwhile, the slander for the suspicious benching of Malcolm Butler in Super Bowl 52 versus the Eagles was a way-dragging Belichick. Brought Belichick down in that story. Robert Kraft and Danny Amendola called that decision a tremendous error. I watched Bill Belichick in this documentary. I've watched the whole Dynasty documentary. And this was really to slander Bill Belichick. The whole documentary was a love fest for Tom Brady. It was a love fest for Robert Kraft. And that was really it. Robert Kraft looked like a hero. They never talked about him hanging out in massage parlors. They didn't do that. You never heard anything about massage parlors. Was he hanging out with Tom Brady 2-3 years in the making before Tom Brady decided to flee and go to the Buccaneers and win a Super Bowl? Probably. Maybe that was why Giselle decided to leave Tom. But nevertheless, the fact is, Bill Belichick was absolutely slandered throughout this documentary. He was absolutely slandered in this documentary. And you sit here today, and if you haven't checked out this documentary, it's a shame. Because even though I couldn't stand the Patriots, I couldn't stand them. I'm an AFC East fan. I'm a Jets fan. And every single year, and I remember when the Jets injured Drew Brees, when they practically almost killed him, okay? He gets rushed to the hospital. Tom Brady takes over. They do lose that game. Tom Brady does lose that game against the Jets. But after that, Tom Brady went on one of the greatest runs we've ever seen a player ever have. Okay? And I remember it. And I give a lot of respect to Tom Brady. Tom Brady is one of the greatest players to ever play the game. There's no question that he was. He was so smart. He could see the game better than any quarterback I have ever seen. There's no question. Was he a better player than Joe Montana? I would say no. I watched Joe Montana play. He wasn't. But Joe Montana also played in a time where there was free agency opened, and you can add any player you want. There was no salary cap. There was no nothing.
Until the Broncos cheated the salary cap.
Exactly. So, I mean, during that time, Joe Montana had a chance to have some of the best offensive linemen. He had some of the best offensive players, some of the best defensive players. So it was a different game then. Defensively and offensively, Tom Brady changed the game of football offensively. And Bill Belichick had a lot to do with it. You could say whatever you want. Tom Brady wouldn't be Tom Brady without Bill Belichick. As a matter of fact, Bill Belichick, and again, I give a lot of credit to Bill Belichick on drafting Tom Brady at 199. The only reason why he drafted Tom Brady at 199, this is truth, that Tom Brady fell. Nobody thought Tom Brady was going to fall to 6 in the 6th round. Nobody thought he was going to fall to the 6th round. People thought he was a 4th round draft pick, maybe a late 3rd round draft pick. He fell out, and I remember, if you watch the documentary, he said, "There's no reason why we don't draft him at 199. We take a hunch on this." Win or lose, if we fail, it doesn't matter. If we win on it. And they won on it. Boy, oh boy, did they win on it. They won 6 Super Bowls and maybe should have won 7. There is no question that Malcolm Butler, still to this day, him not play Malcolm Butler against the Philadelphia Eagles made absolutely no sense. It made absolutely no sense. If Malcolm Butler plays in that game, I think the Patriots win that game.
Yeah, because the Patriots' corner depth that year was not what it was 3 years ago when they had Revis and Browner. I think Kyle Arrington was gone. They had a lot of other guys that weren't there. Gilmore, I think that was his first year there, and he wasn't established yet. The next year, I think, was his breakout year. So, yeah, that was a very odd thing in a high-scoring game, too. It was a 41-33 final.
And it was close. And actually, it was 33-32 at one point.
Yeah, the Eagles, I think, had a 1-point lead. Then they extended it further, yeah. And you're right, because you also look at the distraction level that could have caused for the Patriots defense. Now, the Patriots defense, like I said, wasn't as good as previous years, but it still was a talented defense, and the offense was really all Tom Brady and Gronk.
You know what's crazy about this? All these players after the fact are all attacking Bill Belichick. Every single one of them.
Yep.
Every single one of them. Now, Bill Belichick's no longer with the New England Patriots. He's a free agent. And now you hear Devin McCourty, who, by the way, got how many contracts from Bill Belichick? How many Super Bowl wins has he got because of Bill Belichick? And I understand Bill Belichick had his way, and maybe he was jealous of Tom Brady. Maybe he was. I would be jealous of Tom Brady, but he never got the credit. And Robert Kraft loves to take the credit for everything. He loves the fact he didn't draft Tom Brady. He didn't coach this team. He's the owner of the team. He kissed Drew Brees' ass. He kissed Tom Brady's ass. Go look at it. Drew Brees said that Drew Brees. Drew Bledsoe said, and I'm sorry, Drew Bledsoe said that Robert Kraft was like a father to him. Tom Brady said the same thing. And as a matter of fact, when Drew Bledsoe, I keep saying Drew Brees, when Bledsoe went to Robert Kraft to talk to Robert Kraft about the whole Tom Brady thing when he was starting over him, when he came back from injury after he got the $100 million contract, Robert Kraft went to speak to Bill Belichick, and Bill Belichick said, Tom is my quarterback. He said that. It wasn't, and I'm going to tell you this right now. If Tom Brady wasn't pushed by Bill Belichick to, yes, Robert Kraft, Tom Brady would have never been Tom Brady.
Yeah, and you also look at the track record for both of them. Bill Belichick even doing it with the defense. Bill Belichick even doing it with being like a GM, essentially, money managing the way he did. Like a lot of teams that don't have running GMs, have had issues in the past. And the Cowboys have built players well with Jerry Jones, but Jerry Jones likes to do flashy things. The Bengals had that issue for a while. Good development team, but Mike Brown was cheap, and they didn't have a real GM. Belichick had the great balance of everything, too, that is not to be taken lightly. Yeah, you want to put more controversy in this documentary because it's very unique. We never seen in NFL history. Fine, but you can still add the success to go along with it too. All these undrafted players, all these random gems, Julian Edelman, Wes Welker, all these other random guys that like he was mentioning, like McCourty was mentioning, bringing these veteran guys towards the end of the career. We were talking about a couple of weeks ago with Josh Gordon. Josh Gordon, the Patriots were one of the teams that took a chance on him after he was suspended all those years, and he wasn't a big part of the team, but ended up winning a Super Bowl.
Why did they win their last Super Bowl against the Rams? It was because of Bill Belichick's game planning.
Correct.
It wasn't Tom Brady. It wasn't their offense. It was Bill Belichick watching film and realizing that the Rams could not play against zone defense
and physical corners.
And that's what happened. And that's why they won that game. It wasn't because of Tom Brady. Tom Brady had a terrible game. That offense was horrible. The only touchdown in that game was by Gronk. Okay. It was a short pass in the end zone. All right. That's the facts. The fact is, they only won that game because of Bill Belichick. And by the way, Robert Kraft mentioned that. He mentioned it was Bill Belichick's game planning in that game on why they won that game. But everybody forgets, when they want to blame somebody, the year before that, they wanted to blame that Philadelphia Eagles game. And maybe there was something going on in the locker room. Maybe him and Malcolm Butler were not seeing eye to eye. Maybe they weren't. I don't know.
And there's so many theories on what it was.
Maybe Malcolm Butler was sleeping with Bill Belichick's daughter. I don't know.
They were saying anthem protests. They were saying drugs. There were many different theories. We don't actually know for sure.
We don't know the story behind it, but what we do know is Bill Belichick decided not to play Malcolm Butler. Did it cost them a championship? Probably did. And I know it butthurted Tom Brady because Tom Brady was thinking, hey, I would have had my 6th and my 7th, and I was going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers ready to win my 8th. And that's the thing. He loses a championship. Instead of only losing 2 Super Bowls against the Giants, he loses a 3rd against the Eagles, against another NFC East team. So I understand the whole Bill Belichick, Tom Brady thing. And I know all the players were taking Tom Brady's side in this documentary.
Oh, sure.
All of them. Amendola, every single one of them. Every single one of you name it. Amendola, Edelman, Gronk, Rodney Harrison, McCourty, and Teddy Bruschi. Every single one of those guys were taking Tom Brady's side. And listen, Tom Brady is a likable guy. He was a team player. Bill Belichick, the reason why they won all those years was because of his Army-type coaching. I mean, that boot camp type of coaching. It worked. It worked. Listen to Gronkowski in the documentary. And by the way, it was a fantastic documentary. The year that they lost against Philadelphia, he said that year just didn't, nothing was working out. Like, we got to the Super Bowl, but there was something missing. There was something missing on this team. And every single one of them were saying it was Tom Brady and Bill Belichick. There was something going on between these guys. And maybe so. Maybe it was. You go out and you play. You're making millions and millions of dollars. Stop being prima donnas. Robert Kraft was sitting there saying, well, I knew there was something going on in the locker room, and, I just couldn't say anything. I talked to Tom. I talked to the team. Listen, you made it seem like you were so perfect. You're going to tell me you had nothing to do with Spygate? You're going to tell me you had nothing to do with Deflategate if it was really that, it really existed. I don't know if it was or it wasn't. It seemed like it was. And maybe the NFL was going after Tom Brady. They probably were because they messed up on Spygate. They absolutely did. But the fact is right now, you look at this documentary, it is not good for Bill Belichick. And if I was Bill Belichick and if I approved being in that documentary like he was, I would have been sick to my stomach after seeing all those players. Slater was talking crap. Every single one of them were talking crap about Bill Belichick. This is the same guy that drafted you. This was the same guy that trusted you guys to help him win those Super Bowls. Yes, he can't go on the field and make the plays. Yes, he wasn't the quarterback. But what he was doing, he was calling the plays. He was out there watching film. He was out there trying to find the weaknesses of teams' offenses. That's what Bill Belichick was doing. And the fact that Robert Kraft was sitting there all pretty with the 6 trophies in his house makes me sick to my stomach because even his son was speaking in the documentary, complimenting his father. And it was because of his father and his leadership that helped them win a Super Bowl. What kind of leadership did you give the Patriots? You own a team. You pay the players. That's all you do. You decided to leave the team and the team's hand of drafting to Bill Belichick. Who drafted those players? Who was the one that led that team? And you didn't want to give him credit. And then, then you decided when Tom Brady decided to go with Giselle to his house and say that he wanted to part ways and go to the Buccaneers, you allowed him to do that. You decided that it made sense for Tom Brady to go to the Buccaneers. And then after the Buccaneers win the Super Bowl, he said that could have been our Super Bowl. If I was one of the greatest owners of all time, this is what he said in the documentary, to keep these two superstar player and coach on the same team for 20 years. I was the one that kept them together. Everything from Robert Kraft was me. People forget what it takes to win championships. It takes good coaching. It takes a great GM and a great quarterback and a great defense. And who was running the team for 20 years, baby? It was Bill effing Belichick. And I'm tired of it. I'm going to stick up for Bill. I didn't like the guy. I couldn't stand the guy. But listen here. This guy found a way to win. It didn't matter if he had to cheat. If it wasn't in the rule book, it wasn't cheating. And he found a way to do it. And by the way, I'll give Bill Belichick a lot of credit. The whole Spygate thing, which was going on, and he did hire the film guy. He did hire the camera guy that was doing that. Bill Belichick did not know what was going on the sidelines during Spygate when the Rams were practicing. He did not know that was not good. Because if you watch the documentary, there are facts to it. He did not know. He knew that they were recording. But again, his team, his coaching staff said every single NFL team is doing it. The fact that he was caught. And by the way, the Rams tried to pin that on him. And I didn't know this. They were trying to pin that whole thing on the Super Bowl. The reason why they won the Super Bowl because of Spygate, that was not true. Spygate was not going on during the Rams practices. It was not going on during the Super Bowl. That was fake. That's a fake, false story. And the Patriots were going to sue the newspaper while that story came out. And what did they do? They dropped all those stories. They apologized to New England Patriots because the Patriots were going to sue the newspaper and practically put the newspaper down and out. So I'm sorry, and I'm just speaking the truth. And I am not a Patriot fan. The fact that everybody in this documentary was slandering a guy like Bill Belichick, it's a shame. It really is, because he was the face of the New England Patriots. You want to say Tom Brady? Fine. Tom Brady was a big part of the success of the New England Patriots. But they don't go anywhere without Bill Belichick.
Yeah, you need quarterback and coach combination. And you can't have Tom Brady be coached by, say, Joe Judge and be able to win Super Bowls that way. You need the elite level coach to go along with that as well to win the way they did on a consistent basis. And to do it the way he did, which was unconventional at the time, micromanaging the salary cap the way he did. He was the first one that really transcended that. Every team that won Super Bowls in the salary cap starting era were teams that either had the talent already or, like the Broncos, I would say with the Broncos, manipulated the salary cap, cheated. And the Cowboys bought a lot of players, Deion Sanders, etc. And the 49ers, same kind of thing. The Patriots did a whole different philosophy that worked for a while. That Tom Brady was, maybe he had some leeway into bringing those guys in, but Bill Belichick was the one finding these gems of wide receivers and offensive linemen from other teams that failed in other places, by the way. And same kind of thing with the defense.
It really is a shame. It really is a shame how everybody was throwing Bill Belichick under the bus. Everything was against Bill Belichick in that documentary. It's disgusting. It's despicable. I know, Fish, you have something to say. You're a coach. I'm sure you have your thoughts to the whole documentary. I'm sure you checked out the documentary as everybody else did. Over 100,000 people in the first week it coming out with the first 5 episodes really watched that documentary. And I think over 1 million, Apple Video posted that over 1 million people watched that documentary.
As a Giants fan, first, before I get into the coaching aspect of it, how do you hate Bill Belichick? He's responsible for 4, Super Bowls, 2 that he won as defensive coordinator and with Parcells, which is why he's the GM also, because he needs to buy the groceries like Parcells. And probably to his detriment. The only negative thing I would say about his coaching career is he probably shouldn't have done that for so long. But this guy, you realize that people are all over the place saying that he's terrible, that he caused them, to lose that Super Bowl with Malcolm Butler. Who knows what happened? Kraft is throwing him under the bus. All the players. Well, guess what? This guy has been the greatest football coach in the league for about 30 years. And the reason why he's been the greatest is because he's been innovating all along. He's trying to find edges to, just a 1% edge like he did with Spygate, which Kraft called him a jerk for doing. There's only 1% edge. That's the difference between winning and losing. Remember when he would slip guys on to the sideline, right off the sideline? I think he did it to the Steelers or the Ravens one year. And it was like a sneak play that technically was legal, which they had to ban right after it because he's looking at that stuff. He's brilliant. He invented the dime defense to beat the Kelly Gunn Bills. He said, let's give the ball. Let Thurman Thomas run for 100 yards. We'll just play a bunch of D-backs. And they put that defensive game plan in the Hall of Fame, just like the game plans that he was able to orchestrate in the most recent Super Bowl that he won. He's been doing it forever. He's that good. He's really should be credited a lot with the modern 3-4 defense as well. It was all 4-3 in the 90s after Jimmy Johnson's innovation. And then, with Vince Wilfork, he kind of decided, well, we can kind of switch this up and have a 2-gapping nose tackle because this guy's a monster. And we can cover more gaps and have, more guys covering in the, in underneath coverage with the linebackers. He created this. And he's like the innovator of most of the coaching. Shanahan, you could say modern day does innovation, in that whole school with McDaniel, all those guys that do it offensively. But I think the key with Belichick is he was the greatest defensive coach, and he wasn't bad at offense either. He may be the most well-rounded defensive head coach there ever was. Because, look, Speedy, I know you may be dreaming of the halcyon days of Joe Judge taking knees on 3rd down in the 3rd quarter, as an offensive playbook. But you got to understand that the Giants owe so much to Bill Belichick, and the Patriots owe more. And this documentary, they're just ripping him. Now, I've heard some of the players say, and this is the interesting thing about the documentary, is that they talked for a long time. What's his name? The safety, Harrison. Mm-hmm. He said Rodney Harrison, they didn't use almost everything that he said, and they only went negative with the things that he said. And McCourty said that too, that he said a bunch of positive things, but they only used the negative. So where does that come from? And I think you got to look at Bob Kraft. Kraft is trying to make himself look like the good guy. It seems like a very vain project for him to do so. They go after him. And the weirdest part of it was like the last episode, they try to make Belichick out to be like a trumper, and he tried to push it in the locker room, and he alienated the locker room. Like, did they really have to? Listen, that's just kind of wild. I don't even want to get into any of the politics of it. But what are you doing? You won all these Super Bowls. Now, if you want to see a real good documentary on Bill Belichick telling you how it is, Watch the two Bills on the 30 for 30 documentary about Parcells and Belichick. That is a fantastic documentary, and it shows you just how great they were. And, sometimes you need a prickly, like kind of a douchey guy to be your head coach. That's who he is. I was brought up by a lot of coaches that pushed a lot of buttons that were yes, sir, no, sir, don't talk back, all these things. And you learn from them. And it's not like that with kids these days, and the younger athletes, they don't respond to that, which is why you see a lot of these older coaches not being able to get along with these younger kids, especially Nick Saban now that they're getting paid, But it's really a testament to Belichick that he was able to keep it together as long as he did, win as many Super Bowls with different generations of players. Look, it's impossible to keep your fastball into your 70s, I think, is really what the message of all this is. It didn't work for Coughlin when he got to his 70s anymore. He used to be the greatest game manager of the clock and the end of half, end of game things. In the last couple of years, he was the worst in the league at it. Guys fall off. They lose their fastball. And Belichick, it looks like he did. But I don't throw that guy under the bus.
I do not think he lost anything. The fact is he couldn't find another quarterback. That was all what was going on with the Patriots. Over the last couple of years, they have had some of the best defenses in the league. It was not because he lost something. He just couldn't find the quarterback that can play and run his offense. That was the problem with the whole Tom Brady thing. Tom Brady was a big part of the success, but he was the one that built Tom Brady. He was the one that trusted in Tom Brady. As we all know, Robert Kraft at one point went to Bill Belichick and said, play Bledsoe. And he said, Tom is my quarterback. So again, I want to get into the next story. I will say this, that whole situation with the Bill Belichick, it's a shame. It's a shame what they did, making Bill Belichick out to be the bad guy. It didn't make any sense. Bill Belichick has a lot to do with the success of the New England Patriots all those years. LeBron James started a new NBA podcast with JJ Redick titled Mind the Game. LeBron mentioned that the game has changed since Steph Curry entered the league. He added, you can't pull starters in the fourth quarter anymore, and also compared Steph Curry to Patrick Mahomes. He also mentioned Allen Iverson as being an influential for his ball handling skills and going into the paint very often despite being undersized. He said AI defied the odds and claims he has the best handles he has ever seen in the NBA, even over former teammate Kyrie Irving. First of all, Steph Curry is not Patrick Mahomes. Okay? Steph Curry changed the game because he brought the three-point shot to the NBA. And the NBA's always had it. Reggie Miller, Ray Allen, we all know, Pistol Pete. There were a lot of great three-point shooters in the league and specialists that did it. Hornacek. We can go up and down some of the great three-point shooters of the 90s era, the 80s era, the 2000 early era, and even now, the three-point shooters now. And I understand Steph Curry is very well respected around the league because of what he has done for the league, bringing so many young fans to come and watch and come and believe that they could be an NBA superstar. All they have to do is learn how to shoot the three. That's great, but it's ruined the game. Say whatever you want. LeBron can say whatever he wants about Steph Curry. And I think Steph Curry is a fantastic player, a Hall of Famer. He is the greatest three-point shooter we've ever seen. He has ruined the game. The game is not better because of Steph Curry. It's worse. And that's the problem. We remember in the 90s, it was all about the big man, the power forward. Now it's transitioned into the guard play. It's positioned into the three-point shot. And again, you look at the game now as a whole and the way the NBA is trying to sell it. And I understand there's 260, 250 countries that enjoy the game of basketball and so many great foreign players right now. The Joker is one of the best players, if not the best player in the NBA. And now you have Luka Doncic, who's probably going to win the MVP this year. It's changed the game, but it's not because of Steph Curry. It's not because of LeBron James. It's because of Michael Jordan. It is because of what Jordan brought to the game in the 80s and the 90s that's really transitioned this game. Now, Michael Jordan is no longer in the game. He was an owner. Now he's just like, his sneaker is still the biggest selling sneaker in professional sports. Steph Curry, he's defined the game because Now everybody wants to be a Steph Curry fan. It's no longer a team fan. It's a player fan. And Steph Curry really has defined that. Everybody wants to wear a Steph Curry jersey. Everybody wants to be a Golden State Warrior fan. Why? Because of Steph Curry. Everybody wants to be a LeBron James fan. So everybody's now, well, they were Cavalier fans. Now he leaves the Cavaliers. They burnt his jerseys. He goes to Miami. He wins a couple of championships there. He leaves Miami. They burn his jersey. Then he goes back to the Cavaliers. He wins a championship, and they love him forever. This is the way professional sports is. It's about money. It's about business. And that's what sells. Fantasy sports has changed the game. And everybody gets, and LeBron James wants to say that Steph Curry's changed the game. He is another Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is by himself right now in the NFL. Patrick Mahomes is the face of the NFL. And the reason why he's the face of the NFL is because the quarterback is the most important position in professional sports. That's the facts. I'm going to tell you right now, if Steph Curry was a quarterback in the NFL and he was as good as Patrick Mahomes, yes, then he would be compared to Patrick Mahomes. You can't compare a basketball player to an NFL player. Now, Steph Curry could not win a championship by himself. Could he? He had Klay Thompson, he had Draymond Green, then he had Kevin Durant. He wasn't even the best player on the team when he won 2 championships with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant was. Patrick Mahomes is the best player on his team. It's not even a question. You can't even argue that. Could Patrick Mahomes win without top-end players? Well, he proved it last year. Steph Curry never did that. And LeBron James is going to sit there and try to compare Steph Curry to Patrick Mahomes. What are you, on drugs? Now, the whole Allen Iverson thing. Allen Iverson is one of the greatest players I have ever seen. A 6-foot point guard. He really was a 2-guard, but he played point with the 76ers, really redefined the position. He really did. And if you ask Michael Jordan who had the best ball handling skills, it was AI. Nobody made Michael Jordan fall on his ass as much as Allen Iverson. Now, LeBron James really never got a chance to see Allen Iverson in the top of his game. He really never did, because when he came into the league, when LeBron James came into the league, which I think was 2004, 2005, AI was at the tail end of his career. AI only played, I think, another 4 years. I think he was on Denver, or it was at the tail end of his 76er career when LeBron James was drafted. Now, I do believe Allen Iverson is the greatest ball handler I've ever seen. I have never seen a player with such terrible talent around him. Besides LeBron James, that 1 year that took his team, his Cavaliers team, to the finals against the Spurs, which, by the way, they got swept. I have never seen a guy do it not once, but twice with a team that was not worthy enough to go to the finals. Allen Iverson, could you name half those players on that team? Dikembe Mutombo was at the tail end of his career.
Yeah, 40.
Eric Coleman. Eric Snow. Derek Coleman. Derek Coleman, Eric Snow. You could go up and down that roster. None of those guys were Hall of Famers. None of those guys were any good. I think Derek Coleman 1 year was an all-star with the Nets. He wasn't an all-star with the 76ers. That team was horrendous. Allen Iverson was a 6-foot point guard / guard, two guard that dominated the game at his position. And yes, Kobe Bryant, as much as everybody compared, and Allen Iverson came out and said that Michael Jordan is the greatest player he's ever seen, but Kobe Bryant was the second greatest player of all time. When you have LeBron James, who thinks he's the greatest, give all the credit to AI after AI came out and threw him under the bus and said that the second greatest player of all time is not LeBron James, it's Kobe Bryant. That makes me laugh. What is he trying to kiss AI's ass? Because how many times did anybody see the note that he wrote to Kobe, Allen Iverson? You could check it out. It was a 13-minute note to Kobe Bryant when he passed away. Kobe Bryant, AI said, was the second greatest player of all time. I don't believe that, but Allen Iverson believes that. And he played against both guys. He played Michael Jordan in 1998, 97, when he was drafted, when Michael Jordan still was at the top of his game, and he played Kobe Bryant when he was at the top of his game. And he also played LeBron James at the top of his game. So if there's any player that could say he played the greatest players of the last 20 years at the top of their game in this era, it would be AI. And every single one of them, Michael Jordan said he's one of the greatest ball handlers and players he's ever seen. Kobe Bryant said it. Now LeBron James has said it. Why is anybody putting AI in the top 10 greatest players of all time?
Before we get our guest on, Keith has a comment. Pistol Pete took 15 career three-pointers in the NBA and hit 10 of them. Nobody in the NBA wins a championship by themselves.
You're absolutely right. But guess what? Patrick Mahomes, and I'm going to say football is the ultimate team game. There's no question. You can't win without defense. You can't win without great special teams. You can't win without coaching, good coaching. But let's be honest. This year, did anybody think Kansas City was going to win the Super Bowl? Come on. I don't care what anybody says. Nobody thought that Kansas City was going to win the Super Bowl this year. I definitely didn't. I didn't even think they were going to make the playoffs. And how many wide receivers did they start this year? How many guys did they drop and bring back? Scantlin, they dropped him. They brought him back because he dropped the ball. How many clowns do they have in their locker room? Usually when you have a clown or two in your locker room, it never works. Well, they had 3 clowns in the locker room, and they still won a Super Bowl. That has a lot to do with their quarterback. You cannot compare apples to oranges. If you're going to compare Steph Curry to Patrick Mahomes, you're on drugs, okay? And the fact that he did that on his podcast with JJ Redick, which, by the way, I do not want to watch that podcast. It might be one of the worst podcasts in NBA history, okay? I can't sit there and watch
I don't
these
want
two
to
idiots.
listen to LeBron talk.
I can't watch these 2 idiots speak about anything, especially just how selfish LeBron James has been over the last couple of years. I'm going to plead the fifth now. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end Jeremy Mincey. But before that, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right, ladies and gentlemen. As always, as promised, I am back with another Loudmouth Sports Minute. I am the man, Tommy Scoops, to give you guys all the current rundown. And currently in the MLB, the Mets are signing outfielder JD Martinez to a deal worth $12 million. In the NBA, 76ers are hoping that the center, Joel Embiid, is going to be returning to the lineup in about 2 to 3 weeks. Embiid hasn't played since late January, and the team is hoping that they'll get him back for their playoff run. The Bucks announced that Giannis Antetokounmpo is back in the lineup after missing 2 games with a hamstring injury. Giannis is back, however, Chris Middleton is going to be out as he is recovering from an ankle injury. In NFL news, the Raiders are going to be re-signing free agent defensive back Isaiah Palomau. Now it's time for Scoops of Scores. So I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the scores that are currently going on in men's college basketball. Right now, Iowa State is leading 82-63 over South Dakota State, and Gonzaga is leading 83-53 over McNeese, with Tennessee and St. Peter's starting. Tennessee is leading 10-5 over St. Peter's. In the NBA right now, Milwaukee has a 71-67 lead over Brooklyn. The Denver Nuggets have a 36-35 lead over New York, and Houston has an 84-75 lead over Chicago. Dallas currently has a 54-42 lead at halftime against Utah. And in the NHL, right now, going into overtime, Philadelphia and Carolina are both tied at 2 apiece, with Nashville currently having a 2-0 lead over Florida, and Buffalo having a 1-0 lead over Edmonton. That is currently all the time that I have for you guys right now. I'm going to send it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Daryl Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Petey, remember, you can listen to our show every single Wednesdays and Thursdays. All you have to do is go to www.worldwidesportsradio.com. You can check us out with me, Speedy Petey, and ex-NFL player Sean Smith every single Wednesdays and Thursdays at 7 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Thank you to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods for joining us. And we've had this guy on our show quite a few times. We love him. He's doing big things right now in his studio. He's working on a movie. He's working on a cartoon. I mean, this guy's doing everything, ladies and gentlemen. And he's going to ask me and Speedy to be a voice of his cartoon movie. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, you know who he is. We are now talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end, Jeremy Mincey. Jeremy, what's up, buddy?
Hello, everyone. How y'all doing today, man?
You're looking good, man. You look like you lost some weight since last time.
Yeah, I lost about 20. I'm trying to get down about 30 more.
Why? What are you trying to do? Are you trying to impress your woman? Is that what you're trying to do?
Well, you gain a few inches, But now,
first of all, how old are you?
I got fat, dude. I was like 350, so now I'm down to like 320, and now I'm trying to get down to about 280, get back to playing weight,
Mm-hmm. You look good, man. And I remember the last time. I could definitely see in your face. I could see it in your body. You look great, man. You really do. You look like you're cutting weight. You're getting ready for this wonderful movie you're working on. Listen. Remember what you said. The movie comes out. You have a couple of characters. I mean, you could ask one of us.
Y'all got the perfect voices for it.
Well, what can I say, man? I'm a gift. God. I mean, I don't know. You're a gift from God. I'll say I'm a centimeter, but in a few minutes, actually in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I'm going to have a lot of gifts because I'm going to be putting icy hot on my genitals, as you can see right here. As I made it there, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to break a Guinness Book of World Records. I am going to put these on my nutsack. And I am going to try to last 15 minutes. I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. It's must see as I am going to try to breathe in and breathe out and wax on, wax off. But there's a lot of things you're doing right now. You're doing things right now in the music industry. You're doing things right now in the movie industry. What has stood out to you since you've retired from the NFL?
I mean, honestly, I've been so focused on my kids' AAU that I've completed, I got to finish up one more documentary on the boxing, hidden gems out of Houston, and then I can completely lock into my kids with. They all playing AAU basketball, and they're doing a great job. They actually, we just currently got picked up by Lou Williams' basketball team, my older two daughters. So that's exciting, and they just won their first two tournaments. So I'm excited to see how, summer's going to be.
Did you get the wing endorsements of the place he likes?
Yeah. Lou's a FanDuel guy. So, it's exciting. This is going to be an exciting year.
Yeah, so we were talking actually about the Patriots documentary a couple segments ago, and there's been a lot of these sports documentaries that have come out recently. And I know you work in the film and you've worked with documentaries. And what do you think is the overall ripple effect that a lot of these stories have?
I mean, I love it. I love people telling the inside stories and telling the whole story instead of what everybody perceives. So, like I say, the Patriots got an amazing history behind them, and some of the things that go on behind, the things like Bill, like you would think Bill's a stiff, but Bill's is like a very awesome dude, man. He's funny. He got a great personality. And, other than him making practice seem like the military, other than that, man, he's a cool dude, and people wouldn't know how cool dude Bill was unless they actually spent some time with him.
We are talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end Jeremy Mincey. Jeremy, I watched the documentary and I thought that the NFL, I'm not even the NFL, the Patriots really took shots. Robert Kraft really took shots at Bill Belichick. A lot of the players really didn't respect him. And after the last 2 years that Bill Belichick and Tom Brady actually worked together and won a Super Bowl, everybody said that Bill Belichick lost the team, that the players didn't want to play for him. Do you believe that?
It was when he didn't play the one kid. Who was it? What was his name?
Malcolm Butler.
Yeah, that's disheartening, and you can lose your team with things like that. Bill showed you he was an a-hole by when what was the kid? What was his name? The kid that got cut literally 2 days before the Super Bowl.
Oh, that was a good question.
He played with me with the Jaguars. He was a wide receiver. His name started with a T.
I'm looking it up right now.
Dang, what was his name? But he got cut 2 days before the Super Bowl. I thought that was horrible. So I don't know. Maybe Bill and Rob had
Taekwon Underwood.
Taekwon Underwood. I was so happy for him because I watched this kid, work so hard, and then when he left Jacksonville, he ended up on the roster with the Pats, and so I was like, oh man, Underwood is about to get a Super Bowl, and we get ready to tune in and see him on the cut list. That's crazy, man.
Definitely not ideal circumstances. I forgot he was there. I remember him in Jacksonville when you were there as like the beginning of his career, kind of a faster wide receiver. And the Patriots do love those guys that can also be special teamers too. And that really fit Belichick's mold.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It really is. And you know what's so crazy about the New England Patriots? And I give Bill Belichick a lot of credit. How many different players did he have year in and year out? Right. How many transitional players did he have at wide receiver, at running back, at the offensive line? And it all worked. All he needed was Tom Brady. I understand you need the quarterback, but it has a lot to do with the scheme. Who ran those schemes? Who picked those schemes? It was Bill Belichick. And I'm sorry. I'll give a shout out to Robert Kraft. I'm sure he's a nice dude. I know, Jeremy, you probably know Robert Kraft. But to me, there was this whole documentary was all about Robert Kraft. It was Robert Kraft and the love fest for Tom Brady. It had nothing to do with Bill Belichick.
I think that's wrong, man. I mean, Bill helped them write the history of that whole organization. Like, don't get me wrong. Tom Brady is great, and it wouldn't have been done without Tom Brady. But y'all gotta remember, like, Bill was taking these teams deep in the playoffs before Tom even got introduced to the game. Like, and Bill's been around for a while, man. I don't know how they fell out at the end of the day, but nobody could take any credit from Bill at all. Like, nobody, honestly.
So you, speaking of ownership, we were talking about the Broncos a lot of this offseason too, with the Broncos, Russell Wilson situation, the way they handled that injury clause in his contract. And we've had many NFL guests that have mentioned that these teams love to nitpick on that kind of thing. As a former player yourself, what is your thoughts on the way they handled Russell Wilson and not paying him that money?
It's a bunch of baloney, man. We all know, man. It's a bunch of baloney, man. These teams got a lot of weird ways to kind of eradicate you, kind of like my last year with the Cowboys, when all of a sudden I had a media guy instigate against me and Greg Hardy, and they don't even know how cool we were, and that kind of ended our relationship. Like, I was cool with Greg Hardy. I had his back. I did a lot of things for him to protect him behind the scenes. And he allowed the media to ruin our relationship. So, I mean, I know how it worked.
You know, it's so interesting when you look at the NFL, and we were just speaking about Patrick Mahomes, and everybody wants to compare Patrick Mahomes to some of the great quarterbacks already. And his career hasn't even really started. I mean, he's 28 years old. He probably has another good 8 to 9 years. He's already won 3 Super Bowls. When you look at a guy like Patrick Mahomes, could you compare Patrick Mahomes to any player that you played against?
I mean, the closest thing is, to me, he's like a mixture of Aaron Rodgers and Brady. I mean, his accuracy, like how the clock could slow down in his mind. Like, I mean, honestly, I can't really compare him to anybody. Like, I mean, I haven't seen that type of guy ever.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
And I've been around a lot of quarterbacks, but you know who though, now that I think about it, he's like a Tony Romo, except for he's more of a finisher.
Yeah, well, we know Tony Romo doesn't know how to finish plays, but he knows how to finish his words.
He is gushing over Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes during a broadcast like he's a teenage girl.
But he also gushed about Zach Wilson. He's also gushed about Sam Darnold. Remember when these guys?
These guys about during the live broadcast.
I'm just saying. I remember when Sam Darnold was drafted. I remember Tony Romo coming out and saying, "Oh, this kid's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the league." He said the same thing about Zach Wilson, and look what both of these guys turned out to be: busts. So thank you, Tony.
Yeah, maybe Tony Romo.
Thank you.
Yeah, so you
get a chance to watch a terrible quarterback play for the last, I don't know, 30 years. So thank you.
So yeah, you were talking about Patrick Mahomes with the Chiefs, and a lot of NFL fans are not liking the fact that the Chiefs are getting all the calls. They believe the NFL is scripted and stuff like that. A lot of these referee bias. What are your thoughts to all that happened throughout the year?
I mean, being that I was with the Cowboys and we got robbed in Green Bay, because nobody expected us to be as good as we were. I mean, nowadays it's kind of hard to tell, but
Preach, baby, preach. Just say it.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to tell, like sometimes, like because I do feel like sometimes, like America in Las Vegas can pick the team that wins. Like I don't know how they do it, how they pull it off, but I think some kind of sorcery be going on sometimes too.
I absolutely agree with you. By the way, for 7 years, I've been on this show, and I've been doing radio for almost going on 12 years. I've been saying this over and over and over again. Speedy, you've been with me for now 6 years. I have been saying that not only football, all sports are rigged. I've been saying it. Everybody looked at me. I've been attacked all over social media. You don't know what you're talking about. You should be ashamed of yourself. Swallow your mic. You suck. And I said, I suck. Now everybody's coming out with it. Now you have players coming out and saying that the NFL is rigged. I am not blind, okay? That Super Bowl the Patriots won when they came back against Atlanta, that wasn't a coinky-dink, okay?
Absolutely.
That was not a coinky-dink. That defense was shutting down that Patriots offensive line, shutting down that Patriots offense. And all of a sudden, it fell apart in the fourth quarter, and they have a miraculous comeback. I am sorry, boys and girls. That was rigged. And I don't care. Listen, you have referees. All of a sudden, by the way, Kyle Shanahan might be the worst second-half coach I've ever seen. I mean, seriously. How do you have in every single those 3 Super Bowls, you were an offensive coordinator and you were a coach twice. You had a lead going into the second half. You had a lead with 5 minutes left, 10 points against Patrick Mahomes. And what did you do with one of the best running games in all of football? You stop running the ball. I said last year during the Super Bowl, if he stops running the ball, if they have the lead going to the second half, they will lose. What happens? He stopped running the ball. I have no idea what's going on in Kyle Shanahan's head, but I'm going to tell you this right now. Maybe him and John Lynch got to stop drinking together, drinking that Hennessy, playing with each other in the back of the pitch black limousine over there. I don't know what they're doing in their spare time, but something's going on over there because they must be talking with each other before the second half of the game.
Maybe Roger Goodell's paying him off to blow games, so Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady can win Super Bowl.
If he's not blowing games, he might be blowing something else.
As you wait for your final 6 minutes.
Oh boy. Y'all crazy, man. I love it.
Oh man, it is funny. It is funny. It really is.
Yeah, dude, but you right, dude, because I was watching, when I watch games, all I watch is the defensive line, right? Those guys were dominating them the whole game. Now, when I zoom in the second half, it wasn't one holding call. They was holding literally the whole second half. Literally. How many sacks did they have first half? They had like 6 sacks, right? 7
they had
sacks?
a lot of sacks. Yeah, it was like 5 or 6 sacks.
Now y'all know, once you get about 5, especially first half, it's a feeding frenzy. Mm-hmm. Guys are loose. Guys are that's when you're in your zone to rush. Because where they lack at. And so how did that completely get erased? I don't know.
Both teams' interior rushes are really good. Now, the Niners don't have a great interior offensive line, but we know the Chiefs do with Humphrey and Trey Smith and those guys. The Niners are still getting that kind of pressure. But yeah, right. Nick Bosa, it seems like all the time teams get away with holding calls on him against him. And there was definitely a couple in the fourth quarter where it looked like he got held, definitely. So I wanted to ask about some of these defensive rule changes that have been coming in the league. We were talking with our last guest, Xavier Woods, about the hip drop tackle that there might be.
Stupid.
Yeah, and a couple other ones because they were trying to do the other extreme when you were playing, when they were trying to get rid of the head injuries and the head leading with your head. So what are your thoughts of those?
It's stupid. I mean, Let me tell you something. There's no rule that you can make to protect these players from playing football. I mean, you know what you sign up for. You know what it is. Just make sure you take care of these guys on the back end because we know what we're signing up for. You know what I mean? So it makes no difference. Hip drop, whoop-de-whoop. Like, dude, when you coming off the line, guys are punching at your face mask, giving you concussions, chopping at your knees. You're getting twisted. There's no protection, no matter what you try. You know, so I think it's a bunch of baloney. They need to throw that out and go ahead and let these boys earn their money and make the fans happy.
I absolutely believe it's all about making the fans so very happy. It's all about money. It's a business, ladies and gentlemen, a business. I like it, baby. I like it a lot. We are talking to former Jaguars, Broncos, and Cowboys defensive end, Jeremy Mincey. You know, Jeremy, the defensive line and defensive tackle has been such an important aspect of a defense now. It's really changed the game. And one of those guys that have changed the game is Aaron Donald, who just retired. Tell us a little bit about what you know about Aaron Donald and tell us why you believe he's one of the greatest defensive tackles to ever play the game.
I think he has phenomenal instincts, low center of gravity, and long arms. Like he's like the perfectly built defensive lineman, but I'll never put him over Reggie White or Lawrence Taylor because of the motors. These guys were dictating games alone, you know, so that's the fact that they got over Aaron Donald. Like, now, don't get me wrong, Aaron Donald he closed out really well, does a great job with consistent pressure, strong hands and all that, but I mean, when it comes to LT and and Reggie White, you know, that's another level, especially actually knowing some of the players that Reggie White embarrassed, like the Larry Allens, knowing how great he was, watching him, being in practice with him. Even year 13, he was taking guys with one hand and just throwing them, and watching Reggie White rip and flipping him, you know, every which way. That lets me know how great Reggie White really was.
So how does he compare? I know it's defensive tackle versus defensive end, but some of the pass rushers that got inducted into the Hall of Fame as well. Julius Peppers, Dwight Freeney. You played with DeMarcus Ware in Denver, I believe, and he got inducted last year. A lot of those guys. Where do you think he compares to some of those defensive linemen all time?
Oh, he definitely up there. I mean, he's right. I mean, he's ahead of D. Ware. He's ahead of I can't say Freeney, man. I'm sorry, y'all. Freeney was a freak, but he's up there. He's definitely among those guys. That's game changers, and I mean, more man. Best of wishes to Aaron, man. He had a great career. I'm proud of him.
No, there's no question he had a great career. When you try to compare him, some of the greats, I would agree with you. I think Lawrence Taylor, Reggie White. Lawrence Taylor came out many times and said Reggie White is the greatest of all time. And I would say Reggie White, if he ever spoke about Lawrence Taylor, he'd say the same about Lawrence Taylor. They're both very special players. And Lawrence had a thing, during the half. He loved that 8-ball. He loved that 8-ball, man. He could sniff a line better and faster than anybody we've ever seen. That's for damn sure. But was one of the greatest defensive players we've ever seen. When you look at the league and the transition of the league, it's become more of an offensive league, even from when you played. Do you see a change now after this year where it's become more defense than it was offense the year before?
No, I think the games they're gonna always kind of lean it towards the offense. I mean, offense sell tickets, defense win championships, offense sells tickets. I think they got a little bit too soft on these quarterbacks, though. Dude, some of these flags are very questionable, and they're dictating the outcome of these games, and it's really messing things up. I mean, my opinion,
We love your opinion. Okay. You agree with us. You agree with us. It's rigged. You agree with us. Everything that we said. And listen, Speedy needs that reassurance. Okay. You need to give him and reassure all these things, because after the show, Speedy is going to be hiding in a closet. Okay.
No, I said I was going to be hiding in a closet. If the Giants have Marvin Harrison Jr. and JJ McCarthy.
And when are you coming out of the closet?
I don't know. But I was joking about it before because we were talking about Marvin Harrison skipping his pro day. And if the Giants if somehow he falls in the draft because the Cardinals and Chargers are weird organizations and he's there at 6 and so is JJ McCarthy and the Giants still draft JJ McCarthy, I am going to enter the closet in the studio and stay there for the rest of the show.
And when are you going to come out of the closet?
I don't know.
Okay. But you will eventually come out of the closet.
Yeah,
right?
I will end up either getting bored or
you'll be looking for something
fall
else.
asleep. Probably.
But you would be looking for something else.
I'll
right?
fall asleep and wake up.
But
like,
wait a second.
What am I doing here?
If you come out of the closet, you're looking for something else, right?
Yeah, my sanity probably. If the Giants do that, I mean, I'm not going to be like your friend and who is or not your friend, Matty Caps and Vinny Rubo's friend that sold his Knicks fandom and be a Lakers fan. But
they can hide in the closet with you.
No, I don't need company in the closets. If I'm going to cope over a Giants draft mistake, I will. I'll do it on my own terms, not on anyone else's.
I'm sure you will.
All right, so moving off the Giants to a team that's much better. I mean, much better talent-wise. The Jacksonville Jaguars that you played for. Trevor Lawrence obviously being the franchise quarterback there, and they've made some interesting offseason moves. There's rumors that might trade for Brandon Ayuk, but had that collapse at the end of the year. What are your thoughts of the way that they're being run right now and the free agency moves this offseason?
I think it's time for Jacksonville to be even more aggressive. You know, the problem with Jacksonville is they always passed up on guys that they know are good. Like, let's stop trying to experiment. Let's stop trying to be geniuses and just pick with common sense. Like, go and grab the best guy, get him out there, and get it running. You know?
We do know. I think they need to hire me as the head coach. Doug Peterson, you're out. Errol Marks, you're in. And I will run this team. Speedy will be my shot caller. He'll be my defensive coordinator. We'll have Fish. He'll be my assistant coach on the sideline, and then you will be my assistant head coach, and we will run this team all the way to the Super Bowl. What do you think, Jeremy Mincey?
I think we can do it, brother. I think we can do it.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's collide. Let's reach out.
I don't know if I could coach I don't know if I would want to coach a team with Trent Baalke as the GM, though. I mean, if he trades for Ayuk, that's good, but still.
I don't think any of them would take me seriously. I really don't. I mean, I'm a little mixture of crazy and Bill Belichick at once, you know? I'd be cracking jokes and then I'll be like, I'll be serious. Get down there. Get down and give me 50. I'm just sorry. I'm trying to give that pump. That feeling of love, my friend. Jeremy, before we let you go, tell us a little bit about your movie right now, what you're working on, and all the different side work you've been doing since you've retired from the NFL.
Well, my movie 13th and Pine is out, guys. Currently, it's been streaming. It was #1 on Tubi for a couple of weeks. And it's on Hulu, and it's on Amazon. So go and check it out. And next up, we got a mini docu-series about the AAU grind for these basketballers, because y'all know these NIL deals are around. So we just got to get in that field to play and market it. And I kind of got the kids starting from the ground up. You know, they all started 2 years ago. Now they're all-stars, you know. So the basis of it is just staying consistent, stay in the works, and anything can happen.
Maybe you should send it to Nick Saban so he could learn more about NIL.
I'm getting up out of here.
All he wants to do is comment on the Senate when the government, I'm sure, has better things to do than worry about that.
Right.
Well, I'm happy everything's going well for you. What is your movie called?
13th and Pine.
I'm going to check it out, my friend.
You got Lamar Odom, Mark John Jeffries, and a whole bunch of other familiar faces in there. Go check it out.
It's a shame you didn't ask me. I'm very upset at you. I'm very upset at you.
I got another one coming.
All right. So you have to reach out to me, man. I would love to be a voice of one of your characters. I'm a little crazy, but you'll definitely fall down and laugh by the time you're over or you're done with that movie, whatever it is, a cartoon character. Could you imagine me a cartoon character?
Yeah, I was just actually going to bring that up, Jeremy. Years ago, we had a guy that was a comic book writer, Bo Smith. He wrote for the TV show Winona Earp, and he was the main writer for that, and he also wrote comic books. And we had him on the show, and he gave Errol the nickname the Purple Urple. So if you ever have a superhero themed or something like that, like fantasy fiction type thing, where you need a villain, you could have Errol cast him as the Purple Urple.
I'm gonna write a character called the Angry Man.
All right, and I'll be the angry man.
I like it. You got the voice, man. I'm telling you.
Thank you. I'm loving it. Anytime you need some angry common sense, you can come and see me, my friend.
Hey. And by the way, I was listening to you earlier. I love your take on the basketball world. Like, you were spot on. MJ is the GOAT. Period, point blank, no debate.
Thank you, man. Well, there's been people taking shots at our YouTube posts, and they can kiss my rear end, okay? Actually, I'm going to say it very, very nicely, or I'm not. Kiss my damn ass. How's that? I could care less what they think. None of those little pipsqueaks ever got a chance to watch MJ play. And I've seen clips. Clips don't tell you the facts, ladies and gentlemen. MJ is the greatest athlete to ever play professional sports.
Ever.
Not even close.
Not even close. I haven't seen it, like, playing 10 years in the league, just playing basketball, going along, like, seeing all this stuff, still haven't seen it.
No.
What happened with this no left hand thing? I was like, dude, he scored more.
Well, you can ask LeBron James for that. I mean, because he seems to know everything about the NBA, as he believes Steph Curry is the next Patrick Mahomes. It's ridiculous. You cannot compare a professional basketball player to a football player. There's no comparisons. And by the way, I know Steph won one championship without Kevin Durant. He wasn't even the best player on his team when he won those 2 titles. Kevin Durant was. So please, Patrick Mahomes, the 3 championships that he won, who was the best player on that team? Patrick Mahomes. Stop comparing. There is no comparison. And AI is one of the greatest ball handlers I've ever seen. There's no question.
Bottom
Absolutely.
Bottom
he
line.
deserves a lot of credit. He really does for what he's done and what he's changed for the game of basketball. And yes, that was the one thing LeBron said on that damn podcast that I would agree with him. Not many, but that's one. That's for sure. Anyways, Jeremy, let's be in touch, man. When you want to discover yourself on a story, you can definitely write a story about me, my friends.
I got you, man. I definitely got you.
We love you, man. We'll be talking to you soon, my friends.
Much love, fellas. Appreciate y'all having me every time.
Good luck to your daughters, too, by the way.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Jeremy Mincey, ladies and gentlemen, former Jaguars, Broncos, Cowboys defensive end, fantastic personality. And he's going to get a chance now.
Oh, boy. It's that time? Yeah.
Icy hot on my genitals. Breaking the Guinness Book of World Records. All right, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Is everybody ready for this?
Oh, boy.
All right. Okay. So what we're going to do here, ladies and gentlemen, Speedy, give me some music. Okay. Like, give me some sexual music, give me something that I could dance to while I'm doing this. Okay. Cause I'm really going to need these, this is going to be, I'm going to be under fire. That's for sure. Okay.
All right. Give me a song. I don't know what you mean by sexual music.
I don't know. Sexual. Give me something sexual. Give me the sexual chocolate song, the wrestling song. I like that.
Chocolate wrestling
song? Yeah, sexual chocolate. Yeah, sexual chocolate wrestling song.
Sexual chocolate wrestling song. Let's see what comes up.
Yes. Okay. There we go. You give me something. I think you got it.
I don't know.
Just play it. I don't care.
The only thing that comes up is Mark Henry, but I don't think
that's Mark Henry. That's Mark Henry, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is.
All right, let's see what we got here.
All right, here we go. What do we got here?
After an ad for 5, 4, 3. Oh, let the countdown begin. All right, let's see how this song works for this kind of thing.
This is gonna hurt. All right, guys.
Yeah, right on.
There it is.
I know.
I'm going to show you guys. My legs are up. Here, bring it down over here. Here we go. All right. Oh, God, this is going to hurt.
Oh, boy.
This is going to hurt. All right, guys. Oh, it smells like shit. Oh. All right. Look at this, Jeremy.
Y'all crazy, man. Oh, you finna burn, brother. Oh, you finna burn, brother.
Oh my God. I'm rubbing it in.
You're not gonna be able to finish the show after this.
All right, I guess the countdown begins now for the 15 minutes.
All right, countdown. It's not numb yet, ladies and gentlemen. It's not numb. I'm going to try to go through one of these. Oh, God. Oh, my God. All right, here we go. I'm breathing. Okay, here we go. Woj reports that OG Anunoby will miss an extended period of time after re-injuring his right elbow. OG was shut down on February 8th following the procedure to remove a loose particle from his shooting elbow. MRI came back negative for a significant injury, but the timeline is still unclear if he'll return before the playoffs. Since the trade, the Knicks are 15-2 with OG Anunoby in the lineup and 9-10 without him. Anunoby has a plus 97 rating since joining the Knicks and has held opponents to 35% shooting. Oh my God. Oh. Ooh. All right. I'm getting it. Hold on. All right. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. OG Anunoby right now. Oh my God. This is Speedy, you go first.
All right. Well, this is definitely second re-injury for OG Anunoby. And again, this goes back to what we were saying with other injuries about Tom Thibodeau, the way that in February, especially, that 29th most combined minutes of those top three players in the top 10 of most minutes played is definitely concerning. Now you have a second injury. You had a shoulder, now an elbow, and now a second re-injury of the elbow after just 3 games is not ideal. And we were talking about the player value of Jalen Brunson versus OG Anunoby versus all these other guys last week. And OG Anunoby, definitely a big difference. You talk about those numbers, plus 297 when he's on the court. We talk about plus minus for hockey a lot all the time. We don't think of it as much for the NBA, but that is a pretty big split the way it is. So that is definitely something that Tom Thibodeau is going to have to be more on the cautious side, especially since the Knicks are weathering the storm well. They're not far behind the 2 seed. They're not going to catch the Celtics, but they're not far behind the 2 seed. And even if they're like 3 or 4, I don't think they have to worry about that as much as having OG Anunoby 100%.
Oh, I'm going to tell you this. This does not feel good, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, all right. Hold on.
The quest to make it happen. Keith says sexual healing.
Oh, God.
Ask Keith. I'm out of the closet now, too, if you were wondering. I'm only going in the closet if the Giants draft J.J. McCarthy, if Marvin Harrison is
still
on the board.
Do not buy Icy Hot. I don't care what you guys do. Do not buy this in stores. This is dangerous. Do not put this on your genitals, by the way. This is dangerous.
Oh, boy. Not promising right now. I think we're around a 3-minute mark. I think Scoops is the exact timer right now.
Oh, my God.
I think we're around a 3-minute mark.
Oh, my God.
4 minutes? We're at 4 minutes now.
Oh, right. 4 minutes? Oh, my God.
So actually, it's better than what I was thinking. I said 3 minutes, 18 seconds.
Oh.
So Fish, you might be the closest one to it right now. Fish said 5 minutes.
Ooh.
Fish said 5 minutes. Why don't we bring Nathan in?
Oh, go ahead. Do it.
Nathan, I don't know if you heard what Errol has to go through right now. But
oh, my God.
This is insane right now.
But he made this dare yesterday. All because he had to make fun of certain things. It started with a 40-yard dash time. We were making fun of Sean, and then it led to all this. And now he has this dare that he's trying to break this Guinness World. Well, not break the record. The record doesn't exist apparently.
Come on, Errol.
Yes, place it on his genitals for 15 minutes. According to Scoops, we're at about 5 minutes the way it is right now.
What's the Guinness World Record? Do you know?
We don't know. There's no confirmed record for that right now that we know of. This whole concept, we have no recollection of what it is right now, if it even exists.
Ooh, I don't think it's gonna last.
And he's not optimistic he's going to last, but he definitely lasted much more than we did. And I think we're probably at the 5-minute mark now. All right, so he broke all our guesses of what it would be. Even you, Fish, he had 5 minutes, and I had 3 minutes, 18 seconds.
I got 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, we were guessing this yesterday. Nathan says you could go to 10 minutes. Let's see. You're going to be able to make it to 10 minutes.
You guys ready for Saturday?
I don't know. Errol might have to get through this first before we can think about Saturday at the moment. Fish has some very impressive graphics. Guinness World Records. The nuts are frozen. Yes, Shaq, Major League, and of course I'm in there somehow. And you had a Speedy's face of the gist. Jeff naturally comments, putting icy hot on your ball bag feels exactly the same as we watch Earl. Yeah, well, okay.
Great interviews with Xavier Woods and Jeremy Mincey.
Yes. Where we at? Oh my God. The Nathan goal of making it to 10 minutes. Will it happen?
6 minutes right now.
Will it happen?
I don't think it's happening. Oh my God.
All right. Well, we'll be trying to figure this out. We were just talking about OG Anunoby, Nathan. What are your thoughts of the Knicks injuries and how they should manage that kind of thing?
I mean, they shouldn't have brought OG back until he's fully healthy. And now he's gonna be out for an extended period of time. So I think it was a mistake by bringing him back early. And plus, you need him for the playoffs because he brings a lot to the team in defense and offensive wise, and helps makes his teammates better and spreads the floor, which is big. That's what the Knicks need in a playoff matchup. So I hope they realize now they need to save him for the playoffs, and hopefully we can get him healthy. And the rest of the players like Mitchell Robinson and Julius Randle, they need them healthy. So right now is they shut him down until the playoffs. Do not bring him back until he's fully healthy. They need him 100% healthy in order to go far in the playoffs, because when you match up against teams like Milwaukee, Boston, or any other team that's above them, they have the length and size, and you need that with OG, and OG can easily match up with Giannis. So they need to have him fully healthy, in my opinion.
Yeah, and you mentioned Mitchell Robinson. I saw something that Mitchell Robinson could come back in even 2 weeks too, which is definitely a good sign the way they're handling that. Jalen Brunson's injury so far has not been able to hinder the Knicks as badly. I was worried that they were rushing him back, but they I guess dodged a bullet there for now. But Jalen Brunson still got hurt in the playoffs last year, so definitely not ideal. As Nathan is taking great humor into this struggle of pain that we have going on over here.
How many minutes are we in?
Yeah, around 8, apparently.
Oh, wow. Almost my prediction.
Wow. Nathan can see if he can push to 10. That's the new personal goal for you coming on with us. And Nathan, I know you were mentioning some of our guests too. Xavier Woods, you remember him with the Cowboys?
Yeah. He's a hard-nosed safety, and he's still in the league, right?
He's still in the league. He's with the Carolina Panthers the last 2 seasons. He was at Minnesota for 1 year. The last year, Zimmer was there.
How did you manage to get him? Through his agent or something?
His agent, yes. It's actually the same agent that helped us get Sean Merriman the first time we had him on the show, and we had him on earlier this year with a different agent now. But
Xavier?
Yeah, Xavier has the same agent, and she was the first.
10 minutes, that's it.
That was
10 minutes, that's it.
You got the 10 minutes?
He's going to call it at 10 minutes.
He's calling it at 10 minutes. He's going to push for you, Nathan. Look at that. You should be honored. In something you would not have thought to be honored with.
Oh my God. Holy shit. Motherfucker. This thing is shit.
Yeah, no, I can see that too. It's not just lighting. He is turning red.
Yeah, no, Woods and Mincey, both Cowboys. Yeah, they're a good valuable players for the Cowboys.
Oh my God.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds. Oh, the 30-second countdown.
You know what is killing me?
As we hear Errol try to push through for the last 20 seconds. Yes. Keith with some comments about the NCAA tournament. The NCAA tournament started today.
There's a lot of there's a couple upsets today already.
Yeah, Keith was mentioning that Kentucky losing to Oakland just now, 14-3 upset, which I was definitely surprised at. I was thinking maybe Morehead State, Illinois was going to be that upset, but that was not the case. BYU got upset. BYU got upset as Errol has made the 10 minutes.
Let's go.
There you go, Nathan. You pushed him. You pushed him a little extra to make the 10 minutes. Very impressive. Yes, Keith, also BYU got upset. They were in my Sweet 16. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the show, my apologies for jinxing Reno Johnny's Nevada Wolfpack as they blew a 17-point lead in the second half against Dayton.
See, the one thing,
and I am the Mountain West jinx now because of that.
the one thing with these playoff or tournaments, you don't know what's going to happen, and that's the best part about it. Like now, if you look at these brackets, only 1% now is perfect, I think. If I'm not
Yeah,
wrong.
that makes sense. You have to have the 14-3 upset to begin with. I had the 15-2. We were joking about that yesterday. We were doing Let's Parlay. I had the 15-2 of the Long Beach State on Arizona. That didn't happen. Any wacky upsets you got for any of tomorrow's games or any ones you got written so far, Nathan?
I didn't make any brackets this year. I didn't have time, but because we had by the way, I don't know if you guys saw, we had an event with Stephen A. Smith yesterday at Rowan University.
More relevant when Errol comes out of the shower or the bathroom. He's trying to get back into form here. He made his 10 minutes for you, but yeah, okay, that is very cool. And Stephen A. Smith, Errol was just meeting up with him at his event last week, so I'm sure he'll have some responses to that when he is ready to go at this point.
Upset. I think UConn has a chance to repeat, but anything could happen. So, but I got to see.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know if you know this stat, Nathan. The last repeat champion obviously was Florida when they won back to back, but there hasn't been a defending champion that has been out of the round of 32 since Duke in 2015 to 2016. Now, I don't think UConn's losing in the round of 32 to FAU or Northwestern. We're both good teams, but I don't think they're losing that game. But I would be very worried about Auburn if they have to play Auburn. They're the top 10 in both offensive and defensive efficiency this year.
Speaking of, Sam Peters is getting crushed right now by Tennessee.
They're not the same Peacocks of 2 years ago.
46-17 right now in half number one.
That is not ideal. Not ideal. It's interesting because like you think, okay, which 15, which 16 are you going to go with? Like they can't do it again. It's too obvious. That's why I went with Long Beach State. I figured, all right, they're going to try something else different. And it turns out to be a 14-3 upset this time. Kentucky. This is the worst defensive team Kentucky's had, but I'm surprised that you would think Calipari would try to stress it a lot more. But I just don't know.
Here, I got two upsets that could happen for you tomorrow. Ready?
All right,
I got UAB over San Diego State, and then also Colgate over Baylor. I think Colgate is good enough to compete against Baylor, in my opinion.
Colgate's coach was actually on our show years ago during COVID, Matt Langel.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, they've been a consistently good program. I worry about their team this year a little more because it's actually the worst offensive team that they've had. They've always been an offensive juggernaut for years, but they're not as good this year. So I hope you're right, Nathan, because I'll definitely be rooting for that. Like I said, we always root for the coaches that have done well on our show, and past players that have been on our show. We always root for them unless they're in the case of being with the rival teams. It looks like he's
Errol
somewhat back.
How you feeling, Errol? Oh God,
feeling some pain. But he made your 10 minutes.
I just jumped in the shower. Okay. I just jumped in the shower. Look at this stuff. Look at this.
Look.
Ah. God.
Hey, I predicted 10 minutes. You went 10 minutes. There you go.
You may push for the 10 minutes just for you, Nathan. Literally.
Oh my God.
But watch out for Western Kentucky against Marquette. I think
my brother has that one. That's an interesting one too.
Yeah. Because I think Western Kentucky is another competitive team that's been talented over the years. So Marquette has to be ready for anything there in that game.
Keith comments, he needs to put icy hot on his balls more often. I don't think that's going to happen, Keith. The amount of pain he's in right now, I did not believe that is going to happen again, unless maybe somebody else pays up on his bets. Jeff, who was supposed to eat dog crap over the summer when
he doesn't fall through with anything he does. That little punk.
I don't know. We did a event with Stephen A. Smith yesterday.
Yeah.
At Rowan University.
How did that work?
It was good. A lot of people.
Did he put icy hot on his balls?
Jesus. You want Jeff or? Or no?
Go ahead, put him on. If he says anything stupid,
Don't bring Jeff on. No.
All right, Jeff.
No.
All right. First of all, you're saying I don't follow through. I was the one that wanted to do it,
There he goes.
and Errol started putting it off. Is that true or not? Yes, it's a yes or no. Is that
I
true?
started putting it off. You still could have
Is
done it.
that
I
true?
didn't force you to do it. I didn't force you to
Right.
do it.
And I was going to because I live up to my bets. And you kept dragging me out because you just wanted to keep talking about it rather than having me pay up on it. Isn't that what happened?
Goodbye, Jeff.
All right. Goodbye. Well, we tried.
Jesus.
Listen, you got
I
your
don't
wish.
want to hear his babbling craziness. Okay. I have balls about the blister. Okay. All right. I don't need to hear this.
There you go, Nathan. You survived without having to be the center of attention of his criticism.
Man, I think I'm good. I'm winning the lottery today.
Are you? Oh, well, congratulations to you. Well, let's finish the show. Let's get these stories out because I want to finish the story.
So,
Woj reports that OG Anunoby will miss an extended period of time after re-injuring his right elbow. OG was shut down on February 8th following the procedure to remove a loose particle from his shooting elbow. MRI came back negative for a significant injury, but the timeline is still unclear if he'll return before the playoffs. Since the trade, the Knicks are 15-2 with OG Anunoby in the lineup and 9-10 without him. Anunoby has a plus 97 rating since joining the Knicks and has held opponents to 35% shooting. Right now, the Knicks need OG Anunoby. Without OG Anunoby, the Knicks are not winning. They need OG. They need OG. I understand with the whole situation with the team and the organization right now, they need to get Julius Randle back. Mitchell Robinson could be back in a week. OG Anunoby is a big part of this team. If they are going to stop the wing players like Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum, they need those guys. First of all, Anunoby is not going to be able to stop Giannis, but he's the kind of guy that can stop you on the perimeter. There are guys like even Damian Lillard. He'll be able to defend Damian Lillard on the perimeter and keep him to a bare minimum. They need OG Anunoby 100% healthy. I would not play OG Anunoby for the rest of this season. I would wait until the playoffs, make sure his elbow is healthy enough so they can make a run. There is no reason for OG Anunoby for the next 14 games to be in this lineup. If they want to win, if they plan to win and be competitive and be a competing championship team going into the playoffs, they need OG Anunoby.
Yeah, we were mentioning, Nathan and I were mentioning how close they've still even played to the 2, 3, and 4 seeds in the Eastern Conference. It's kind of been a swing. Like the Knicks are only 2 games back of 2. They're right now interchanging with 4 and 5 with Orlando, who got hot, and they're kind of weathering the storm with Cleveland, and they've beaten Cleveland head to head. So it's kind of one of those things where I don't think the regular season series should matter. You're not going to get the 1 at this point. The Celtics are running away with it now, but they're right weathering the storm with the Bucks, and they're right. The identity for the playoffs, we've discussed it with the Knicks, is better than the Bucks if everyone is healthy. And Mitchell Robinson's been hurt. Obviously, Jalen Brunson's been hurt. Randall, and they have to get all these guys healthy. And Tom Thibodeau still has to be able to make those types of tough decisions with somebody like OG Anunoby, who is not used to playing in this system with Thibodeau and not used to being worn out all the time. And we've seen that happen with Julius Randle, who's been god-awful and inefficient in the playoffs because he gets worn out more towards the end of the year. And that kind of thing, Tom Thibodeau has to learn from his lesson and be able to do that kind of thing. All right, we have a different caller now. So whoever's calling, you're on.
Whoever's calling, you're on. Are you serious?
Anthony Andriosi, what's up, man?
Sorry, I don't know your number offhand, Anthony. Sorry.
The only Jersey number that calls you guys. Are you serious? Anyway. No, I didn't know you guys were still on the air. I just got out of work, bro. Just said give me a call. I thought you guys were already done.
No, we're still on,
We're
man.
still on the air. Let's go.
Yeah.
Nice. What topic are you hitting? I'm sure I can chime in.
Well, what I'm hitting right now is my balls being, in blisters right now after having icy hot on my genitals for about 10 minutes. Okay. So.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Do you want to try it? Would you like to try it?
I'm not stupid enough to try it, dude. What did you find on Guinness Book of World Records that I don't know they actually keep track of? Like I don't know, the most powdered donuts eaten in 3 minutes.
I don't know if Sean do that.
Well, we're talking about OG Anunoby, and to finish up what I was saying about OG is OG is one of those guys. He is not only
He's one of those guys that doesn't put icy hot on his freaking.
okay. Can I finish? Can I finish up what I have to say?
Sorry,
with this?
go ahead.
OG Anunoby is one of the better defensive players in the league at his position. He was to me. Could you mute him for a second so I can finish up with this? So there's no squeaking and squeezing or whatever the hell it is over there. OG Anunoby is one of the best perimeter defensive players in the league. He was second team All Pro NBA on the defensive team last year. He could defend any team's best 3, 2, and 1. That's what the Knicks need. The Knicks need that type of defensive player. They haven't had a perimeter defensive player this good in a very, very long time, and that's what makes OG so unique and dangerous. Offensively, they don't really need OG Anunoby. They're getting enough from Jalen Brunson. If Julius Randle decides to come back with his torn rotator cuff, he's the type of guy that can give you 15 to 16 points. You're getting DiVincenzo. You're getting points from DiVincenzo. He's averaging about 15, 16 points a game. You're getting the offense that you need from your team. McBride coming off the bench is giving you quality points and quality threes. They need more from certain players, but all in all, the Knicks defensively, if you get OG Anunoby back, they could defend against the top teams in this division. They can defend against the Cavaliers. They defended them very well last year in the playoffs when they knocked them out. They can defend Milwaukee. I think they match up very well against Milwaukee. They match up very well against the 76ers. The only team that you question is the Celtics. And with OG, you could put them on Jaylen Brown. You could put them on Jason Tatum. Whoever is hot in that game, you stick them on one of those guys. You keep them to a bare minimum. You give them if you could keep Jason Tatum to 19 to 20 points a game, you win. If you keep Jaylen Brown to 18, 17 points a game, you win. And that's what the Knicks need. They need to play team defense. That is the most important thing. And like I said, they need to get healthy. This is something that they have not been all season long. This team has not played together when all of them are healthy. Mitchell Robinson was out half the season. Mitch is coming back in a week after his surgery on his ankle. You need OG Anunoby, just had elbow surgery. And again, Julius Randle is going to need rotator cuff surgery at the end of the season. All of these guys are hurt. If they can come back and they can be at not even 100%, if they can get them at 75, 80%, the Knicks can absolutely compete if Jalen Brunson is 100% healthy for a championship.
Yeah, and you mentioned the depth that the Knicks have. They have enough with the trade deadline moves to get those guys more acclimated into bigger roles for the playoffs as well. So you're looking at Alec Burks. I know he has playoff experience. You're looking at somebody like Bogdanovich as well. Those guys have
Bogdanovich hasn't played well in this offense.
Yeah, but again, you have to give him the reps in order to do it so that he can maybe be a random spark in the playoffs, because playoff basketball is going to be all about random depth players coming through. You need the stars, obviously. You need one superstar player to make it work. But you saw teams like the Nuggets, you saw teams like the Bucks get those unsung heroes to go along with that. And the Knicks are kind of built for that same kind of thing. If Jalen Brunson's played to that level in the playoffs already, and they have the depth in order to make it work now.
And also, Alex Burks needs to step up also a little bit more.
Alex Burks is a secondary player. You're not going to see Alex Burks on this team during the playoffs. He is going to be a bench player. You're not going to see him a lot. I think they have their rotation. If Randall comes back and you have Robinson coming off the bench, which he will be coming off the bench, and OG comes back, that means DiVincenzo's coming off the bench. You're not going to see Alex Burks. You're not going to see him. He'll be the guy at the tail end of the bench. So you're not going to see Alex Burks. So it's Bogdanovich that needs to show up. He needs to show up. He needs to start shooting the way he was shooting in Detroit. He is an important piece. If the Knicks are going to win a championship, they're going to have to play great defense and shoot a lot of threes, because against Miami last year, Miami dominated at the three-point line. They need to shoot the three very, very well. They were the worst three-point shooting team last year in the NBA, and now they're in the middle of the pack. And they have DiVincenzo, who has more threes than any Knick since John Starks. That says a lot about what this team is doing and offensively and what they're putting up. They're a completely different team with the players that they have in the lineup. And OG Anunoby, you could see why he plays a big difference in this Knick offense and defense, as the Knicks are 15-2 with him in the lineup and only 9-10 without him. That says a lot. They're under 500 when he's not in the lineup, and they're way over 500 when he is in the lineup. That says a lot about who he is as a player.
Here's our goal for Saturday. We should convince Charles Oakley to come out of retirement to help the Knicks win the
Oh,
championship.
thank you. I mean, I love Charles. I love Charles.
Irving's
but
getting James Dolan out fast for me.
How about you talk to Charles to get Michael Jordan out of retirement?
Yeah.
He's one of Michael Jordan's best friends. Let's do that. I mean, that would make sense. I mean, seriously, you get Michael Jordan off the bench. If he gives you like 15, 16 points, which he probably could, you win a championship. And he can actually defend probably still. So
if we can get him to convince, we can get Don and Dennis Rodman to
put him on. Put Anthony on.
No, Anthony's been on for the last minute or so.
Anthony's been on. Anthony's been listening.
All right. Well, there you go.
Anthony's been listening.
I think.
No, honestly, one of the biggest things that you guys have said when it comes to the playoffs, depth is a major thing that I think a lot of people overlooked, especially because when you look at a team like the Celtics, starting five, absolutely dynamic, awesome, very talented. You know what I mean? They're to beat. But when you look at it from the other standpoint, what's on their bench? Really, what is on their bench?
Yeah.
So, I mean, people can say what they want. I'm not saying that the Knicks are going to come in and clean house or anything like that. I'm not trying to be, biased because I'm a Knicks fan or anything like that. But when you look at the depth that the Knicks have, and like Bogdanovich, where before being over there in Detroit, he was used to being the main guy. Now he's coming off the bench. He's not getting enough. He doesn't have as many minutes as when he was over there getting 36 minutes a game or whatnot, 38 minutes a game, which, I'm not trying to make excuses for the guy, but he's got to find that niche again. Just switching teams and everything. He's been put in a better situation than he was over in Detroit. So if that doesn't open up his eyes, I don't know what the hell does, especially because now he's on a contender where Detroit, I mean, let's call it what it was. It was a fire. Exactly. So, he really has to get his head out of his ass and do what he was doing before, because he was definitely, he was a leader over there.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to show that same leadership. Just because he's coming off the bench doesn't mean he can't be a leader over here as well.
Yeah,
the Knicks are young.
At least be efficient as a shooter too.
Yeah.
Exactly. You know what I mean? And it's, you're going to get Randall back. You're going to get Mitchell, Robinson back and everything. So, and probably, what are we looking at? What, the fourth seed? Probably?
Right now it's the fourth seed, but they're not far behind the two.
They're not far, so let's see how it all plays out and everything. And they have to go in with the idea that they are going to be the spoiler. I understand we're talking about, third or fourth seed or something like that, but they have to go in with the idea of being the bully and being the spoiler. They got to be physical. Like you said about defense, it's got to be defense. They got to kind of go back into that same mode when you saw like the Knicks in the 90s and all that, where it was a defensive team. And that's what it's got to be. They can't start doing that whole thing where they're getting into shootouts. Because when it comes to the shootout game, they're not going to win. They're not going to win shootouts. It's not going to happen. It's not the way that team is built. I understand. Yeah, they're better with 3-pointers and all that stuff. But let's be real. Just like we all saw at one time when it came to John Starks, coming up with goose eggs back in the finals. Is that really what you want to do? You really want to rely on a three? Throw like constant threes all game? No. You know what I mean? You got to rely on the damn defense. You basically have to make whoever you're going up against make it feel like, at the end of the day, they've been put through a goddamn war. They got to be a bully. They have to be a bully. They can't go with this whole finesse thing and stuff like that. They're not going to be able to do that. They have to play their game. They're not going to be able to play the Celtics game. They have to be able to play Miami's game. It's not going to happen. So, let's see what happens when they get back. Let's see what happens with Randall. Hopefully Randall comes back and he makes it through the playoffs. Hopefully. I hope it's not one of those things where he plays a couple of games and, he re-agitated this, re-aggravated that, and all that stuff. And I mean, could I see that happen? Absolutely.
He's not going to be
so
healthy. He's not going to be healthy.
They have to figure it out. Mm-hmm. They got to figure out what is going on with, at least if you put Mitchell Robinson in the equation. They can't rely on Julius Randle. Because you want to know something? They've been playing pretty goddamn good, and Randle hasn't been around. And they got to remember that. So, Randle has to come in and be part of what the system that they already have now, not change everything back to the way it was when he was in. I think that's the whole thing. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Draymond,
we're
going to go into the next subject because we got to get this out of here. Draymond Green said on his podcast that he considers Kyrie Irving the most skilled player in NBA history. Many fans thought he was eventual taking shots at teammates Steph Curry. Damian Lillard also called Kyrie the most skilled player ever. Draymond also added that Kyrie is a scorer that people think that Kevin Durant is. He added that Kevin Durant's height and wingspan gives him a significant advantage shooting. All three players have had their share of off-the-court issues, and Draymond and KD have had their beef since Durant left the Warriors for the Nets in 2019. Pretty much, I think Draymond Green's on drugs. Okay. I don't know what he's smoking. Whatever he's smoking, I would love to. Maybe he's hanging out with Sean Smith because I think he's a skilled player. To say that he's the most skilled player ever, I think LeBron James has it right. Allen Iverson was pretty damn skilled.
Yeah.
Michael Jordan was pretty damn skilled.
Mhm.
There are a lot of great skilled players that played in the NBA. For him, and again, Draymond Green's just trying to sell whatever he's trying to sell. And again, maybe he's hanging out with Lawrence Taylor. Maybe he's smoking some crack because there is no way in hell that Kyrie Irving is the most skilled player in NBA history. He's not even I wouldn't even say he's a top 10, one of the top 10 most skilled players in NBA history. He has one of the great crossovers. If you think that's skilled, great for him. He's not one of the greatest shooters of all time. He's not even one of the great drivers of all time. He is a good player. He's going to go into Hall of Fame because every NBA player goes into the Hall of Fame. Now, Draymond Green, for a guy that opens his mouth and loves to wag his tail or whatever the hell he does, on live radio, podcasts, or whatever he's trying to do. And I know he's trying to sell advertisements and trying to make money off the court because he's not any good. He's not any good of a player anymore. For him to come out and taking shots at his teammates like Steph Curry, and that's what he did, right? Many fans thought he was taking Steph Curry. I don't believe that. I don't think he has the balls to do that. But do I think that Kyrie Irving is more skilled than Steph Curry? 100%. Steph Curry is a great shooter. He is a good ball handler, but he's not anywhere close to the ball handler Kyrie Irving is. Kyrie Irving is all about ball handling, but everything else he's okay at. He is a good shooter, not a great shooter. He's not Steph Curry. These guys, as much as you want to look at them as some of the great players, some of the great guards we've seen of all time, they have weaknesses and they have strengths, and both players have weaknesses and strengths. If you were to ask me who has more strengths than the other, it would be Kyrie Irving. Kyrie Irving has more strengths than Steph Curry. Now, Steph Curry's a better three-point shooter. Kyrie's a decent shooter. He's a good shooter. He's a better driver, and he's a better ball handler. And if you were to ask me who's a better defender, I would say Kyrie Irving's a better defender than Steph Curry. So if you look at their all-around skills, their all-around games, I would say Kyrie Irving is.
By the way, that shot was remarkable. Was that the sky hook shot, or it looked like
the buzzer beater was now against Denver? Yeah,
the sky hook from the midcourt. That's crazy.
Oh my God, this hurts. Holy crap.
Keith says he's top 10 most skilled does not mean he's a top 10 player. And no one's going to say he's a top 10 player of all time.
No, he's not a top 10 skilled player either. I don't think.
Do you know what Kyrie Irving's going to turn into? Do you know what his legacy is going to become? It's going to become basically in the same category as Stephon Marbury. That's where his legacy is going to go.
He's a way better player than Stephon. He's a way better player than Stephon Marbury.
When it all comes down to it, we all look at certain things when it comes to numbers and this and that and all that. For being such a skilled player, greatest skilled player, whatever the hell Draymond Green said, because he's such a goddamn authority on everything. You know what I mean? And of course, you know what I mean? His credibility is worth all that. That his opinion means something, obviously. You know what I mean? Guy does one Amazon special, and now it turns into this. Now he's a fortune cookie whiz like Zen master. Well, don't get me wrong, absolutely. But what I'm saying is, in regards to what he's done, he's skilled and all that. Where is Dallas right now in the West?
I think they're six.
I'm just a playing team, and they have arguably one of the top in today. What
he is the best player. He is the best player in the NBA right now. He's going to win the MVP.
Based off of Draymond and some other lunatics drinking that Kool-Aid. You know, they have Kyrie Irving, who's one of the greatest skilled player and all. So you got those two guys leading that team. And I'm sorry, Speedy, where are they right now?
They're tied for sixth. Technically, they're labeled as eighth right now. They're tied with the Kings, 40 and 29, and the Suns.
Yeah.
Right. So, like I said, his legacy, okay, is going to be that he hasn't been able to win a goddamn thing without big brother LeBron with him. And that's going to be the truth. That's always going to be the truth.
And the same thing with LeBron. He needed Dwayne Wade. He needed Chris Bosh. He needed Kyrie Irving. He needed Kevin Love. And that's basketball.
But the thing is, you don't hear any of those guys being thrown in. But let's be, Errol, come on. Who would you rather have, Dwayne Wade on your team or Kyrie Irving?
Oh, Dwayne Wade.
Dwayne Wade.
Thank you. You know what I mean? Like I said, Kyrie Irving, unfortunately, because of his big ass mouth, and all the other stupid crap he does, unfortunately, that negates his talent. It does. And unfortunately, it negates what he's actually done in terms of accolades. It does. You know what I mean? Usually when players are that goddamn good, like a Kobe or something like that, you spent your entire year with that damn, you don't move around to 18 different teams. You don't. And unfortunately, he becomes a problem child. Just like if you remember, Marbury used to become a problem child and all that. And I'm just using Marbury as an example, obviously. I'm just talking about the way they conduct themselves, regardless of how, you know what I mean, their skill.
I think Kyrie Irving is going to
they do.
I think Kyrie Irving is always going to be compared to James Harden. These guys played with each other. They're both crybabies. They're great players. They're both very skilled, but they're never going to win a championship where they're the number one guy. By the way, James Harden's never won a championship, and Kyrie Irving was never the number one guy. So
think about it. At one time, you had Westbrook, Durant, and Harden on the same goddamn team, and they couldn't win. What does that tell you?
Inconsistencies of all three of them.
Right. And then what happens? Then they try that whole thing over in that ridiculous, failed chemistry experiment that they did in Brooklyn, where they tried to recreate something that other teams have tried to recreate.
That was a disaster.
And, it became a laughing stock. So
yeah, like the whole Nets.
The whole thing started with that COVID thing.
They went bananas with the friggin' Boston Red Sox, and they just friggin' dwindled from first to worst that one year.
Well,
so
first of all, the whole Draymond Green thing. Draymond Green's just trying to sell, time. He's trying to sell advertisements, and he wants to cause trouble, and that's what Draymond Green is doing right here. He's trying to cause trouble.
And can we be honest? Draymond Green sucks. He sucks.
Well, he's a Hall of Famer. He's going to go to the Hall of Fame.
He won 3 championships.
Yeah, he's going to.
For the love of Jesus,
dude, he's
Errol,
going.
Errol, did you grab something from Draymond Green?
Everybody makes. Did you not hear what I said? Everybody in the NBA makes it to the Hall of Fame. Go look at it. If you're a top player, he's a Hall of Famer. He's definitely going to the Hall of Fame. He is. He's won 2, 3 defensive players of the year. He was the cornerstone of their defense for the 3 championships that they won. Okay, he was the cornerstone defensively. He was the only defensive player on the team. Okay, him and maybe the Klay Thompson for a little bit before.
Klay Thompson even took a longer. Draymond was it for longer.
I mean, seriously. So to say Draymond Green is a Hall of Famer, he is a Hall of Famer, but he's not any good anymore. No. And for him to bring up Kyrie Irving and try to compare him to Steph Curry, I think you could compare him to Steph Curry. I really do. I've said this many times. You can argue if you're a Steph Curry fan, you're going to take Steph Curry. If you're a Kyrie Irving fan, you're going to take Kyrie Irving. I mean, they're both very skilled players, and you can argue Steph Curry changed the game as far as the three-point shot is in the NBA, and I think Kyrie Irving changed the NBA now to the offensive, defensive side of the ball. That's what he is. He can take it down. His crossover, the only crossover I thought was better than his was AI, and you heard it from LeBron James, but what does LeBron James know? Because LeBron James, when he came into the league, AI was about to retire. So what does he know about that? So I understand when everybody's trying to compare, and Draymond Green is trying to compare all the greats of all time. Kevin Durant believes he should be compared to the top 3 greats of all time. Right. Kevin Durant needs to go back on his Twitter feeds or something like that, because there's no way in hell you're going to sell me that Kevin Durant is anywhere close to LeBron James or anywhere close to Michael Jordan or any of those guys, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, Oscar Robertson, I don't know, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He's not anywhere close to those guys. So I don't know why it's even brought up in the conversation. So it is crazy. It is a crazy thing that Draymond Green
I think
saying. But again, it's Draymond Green. I'm not surprised.
In the chat here, I saw something pop up on the chat. Someone said LeBron said Draymond's IQ is one of the best, I think, on the JJ Redick podcast.
I don't really care.
If he had a good IQ, maybe he wouldn't be kicking people and doing
I'm going to
dirty things.
I'm going to sell you here. I'm going to sell you, all you fans out there that are still listening to the show, because I know it's late and my balls are burning. Okay. And I'm just telling you right now, they're burning more. They've never burnt this bad before in their lives. I mean, I could put them, it feel like they're on a pot right now roasting. Okay.
Maybe you should submit that idea to Draymond Green and put icing out on his balls.
I'm going to say
How
this.
long has it been on?
10
How long
minutes.
has it been on?
10 minutes they were on.
Which I predicted.
You haven't gotten to the tingly part yet?
Tingly part. I can't
Well,
even tell
it's
you.
called icy hot. It sounds like you went from hot to nothing. This is supposed to go to hot to ice or something?
It's called burning to a crisp. How's that?
Well, here's the thing. How are you going to handle this? You got any little baby powder there? Little
baby powder? What do you think? I'm not a woman. I don't carry around baby powder.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're not a woman. You're just putting friggin' really?
I'm just saying.
Right now compared to what you just did.
I probably have blisters on my balls. Okay, that's what I feel like. All right, but
Dude, at least use a rubber glove. Don't rub your eyes, man. Now you're going to be even worse for you.
dude, I don't want to put it next to my mouth. Right now, I'm just trying to recuperate from the pain that I'm in. All right.
Oh my God.
But I just want to finish up. Damian Lillard, if you want to put the best point guards in the NBA, I think Damian Lillard is the best point guard in the NBA. He's been the best point guard in the NBA for the last 6 years.
He has to win a championship. He needs to win a championship. That's the only thing he needs somehow in his career, he needs to get that championship under his belt, in my opinion.
And the fact that Damian Lillard said and called Kyrie Irving the most skilled player ever, I think he's on drugs too. Damian Lillard needs to stop smoking whatever he's smoking. Stop rapping. Whatever he's doing, that's not true. Damian Lillard is more skilled than Kyrie Irving. Okay?
He's better than Kyrie Irving. You think so?
There's no question he's been better than Kyrie Irving. But the problem is they're not winners. You got to win. And if they go to when they go to the Hall of Fame, because Steph Curry, Damian Lillard, and Kyrie Irving are going to go into the Hall of Fame because everybody else does, everybody's going to wonder if Steph Curry has won a championship. So they're going to push him away from them. And that's why everybody's going to say that Steph Curry was better than both of them. And Kyrie Irving won a championship, but nobody's going to remember that because it was LeBron James's team. Yes, he hit the big shots. Everybody's going to say, who hit the big shots? Kyrie Irving. But who made the big plays in that game?
Yeah.
LeBron James did. So, again, Damian Lillard's the only one out of all three of those guys that never won a championship. If Damian Lillard wins a championship, even with Steph Curry winning 3 championships and even with Kyrie Irving being the skilled player that he is, I believe Damian Lillard has been the better point guard. And as a matter of fact, I'll say it again. Chris Paul, in the 15 years he's been a dominant point guard. Not anymore. The last 2 years, he's been a shell of himself. I believe Chris Paul is the greatest point guard of this era. And I'll say it again. I think he's the greatest point guard of this era who's never won. And he probably never will win. But that's what I think. I watched Chris Paul play. He made everybody around him better. And the only problem with Chris Paul is he's an injury-prone player and he can never get through the playoffs. He's always been that type of player. If he ever stayed healthy, and I'll say this again, and if Chris Paul went to play with Kobe Bryant when he was traded years and years ago, when David Stearns stepped in and stopped that trade, I bet you Chris Paul would have won 2, maybe even 3 championships. He's just been unlucky with the players he's been playing with. And at the tail end of his career, when he had a chance to win with James Harden, what did James Harden do? He threw up lousy goose eggs in the Western Conference Finals. It was the Western Conference Finals, right?
Yep, they had a 3-2 lead, and they had I think a 15-point halftime lead in game.
Chris Paul gets hurt. He hurts his back, and they lose that series. And then who goes? I think
it was the Warriors and Cavs again.
Yes, the Golden State Warriors go on and win a championship. So I'm not surprised. So there you go.
But Chris, I was about to bring that up before you did, but with the Lakers thing. But if he went to if Stearns didn't veto that trade, I think he would have won 3 championships with Kobe.
And I just want to say this before we go. Keith says Cleveland wouldn't have won without Kyrie Irving. And I would say this about Michael Jordan. Scottie Pippen wouldn't. Michael Jordan wouldn't have won without Scottie Pippen. That's the facts. You need that other player. You need your Robin. So yes, LeBron James needed Kyrie Irving. But if LeBron James had, I don't know, Dwayne Wade, they would have won in Cleveland. If LeBron James had Klay Thompson, they would have won in Cleveland. LeBron James was at the top of his game when he won that game and won that championship in Cleveland. So yes, you need that other player. You need your Robin. So there's no question LeBron wouldn't have won that championship without Kyrie, as well as LeBron never won a championship without the great players that he's had over the last couple of years in Miami and in Cleveland and now with the Lakers. So you're absolutely right, Keith. Anyways, thank you, Anthony, for joining us. As always, I'll talk to you soon, buddy.
Yeah, talk to you later. Bye.
I just want to say, I want to apologize to all the fans. I tried to I don't even know how I got through this show. Okay. I don't even know how I'm speaking. I'm telling you, I'm stuttering. I barely can get a word out. That's how much pain I'm in. All right. I just want to thank all the fans for, just letting us entertain you for 4 hours tonight. I hope everybody thought that was funny. I don't. I'm probably going to be in a lot of pain for the next couple of days, but I did it because I said I was going to do it, and I've lived up to saying. And by the way, I'm getting rid of this thing. I never want to look at this thing again.
Will you be ready for Saturday?
Yes, I'll be ready for Saturday with blisters on my ball sack. Okay? All right, Nathan, thank you for joining us. We love you, man.
Yeah, thank you as always. And then I sent another article to you.
Oh, we love you, man. We love you. Keep writing, man.
With the Stephen A. Smith thing. So
keep writing, man. We love your stories, man.
And and also whoever's listening still, we got look into Saturday because I got Arrow and Speedy coming with me for Charles Oakley at the Woodbridge Brewing Company from 2 to 4. So please,
maybe I should bring Icy Hot for him.
For James Dolan. Race for James Dolan. Maybe he'll sell the team.
It's gonna be a good event on Saturday with Charles Oakley. So,
all right, thanks, Neth. We love you.
See you guys.
Oh, I see myself too. Anyways, thank you, obviously, to Carolina Panthers safety Xavier Woods for joining us. He was fantastic. Thank you to Jeremy Mincey for being what he is, and that's a funny guy, and giving us the time as he always does. Check out his movie. What is it called again?
Yeah, the documentary 13th something Pine, I believe it was.
Yeah,
he said it was on Amazon and Hulu.
Yeah, so I'm going to check it out. I got to look it up, but I'm definitely going to check it out. So shout out to our friend Jeremy Mincey. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to our executive producer, Mr. Aaron Fishman. Fish, we call him. Fantastic for joining us, giving us some good takes about the Giants and Marvin Harrison Jr. Thank you to Scoops for being Scoops. I mean, we didn't get a chance to use the soundboard enough, but I want to give a shout out to Scoops. So we will be using the soundboard more on the show moving forward. And thank you to you, Speedy, for being you. And thank you to my nutsack for being them. Anyways, thank you. We will be back next week on Wednesday, as always, at 7 p.m. with our friend Sean Smith, and hopefully his internet is working.
Yeah.
Again, who do we have on next week?
Nothing yet. With the day changes, it's to be determined still. With one of the shows Monday or Tuesday, and then Wednesday, like you mentioned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will talk to you. Listen to our show, The Weekend Crunch, on 103.9 FM after the Islander game. What time's the Islander game?
The Islander game is a day game again, so we'll be on at 7 o'clock.
All right, so we'll be doing the pregame show. If you're an Islander fan, check out us on 103.9 FM. Yes, it will be me and Speedy and the Weekend Crunch with me and Speedy Petey at 7 p.m. on 103.9 FM. If you don't live in Long Island, you can check us out on iHeartRadio, LI News Radio, and download our app, ladies and gentlemen. Well, don't download our app. Go check out our website so you can check out our Spotify. You can check out our Apple, The Sports Loudmouth. Check us out on YouTube as well, The Sports Loudmouth. Thank you to all the fans. We'll be back next week. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.